Welcome, wanderers of the past. Step softly through the corridors of Mercy's forgotten house. The walls are white, the windows tall, and the air smells faintly of soap, candle smoke, and something else. Something like sorrow that has been polished to shine. This is the story of salvation that devoured innocence, of institutions built for love that learned to live on fear. This is the dark history of orphan asylums. They called them homes, a kind word, a lie. Behind brick facades and wrought iron gates, tens of thousands of children learned that charity could hurt worse than cruelty. They were the children of shame, the unwanted, the illegitimate, the poor. And they were gathered, catalogued, and corrected beneath the banners of God, empire, and progress. And for more than 2 centuries, their cries became the soundtrack of civilization's conscience. In Victorian London, 1845, the fog rolled in like penance. Horses clattered down Holborn Hill, while mothers, pale, desperate, anonymous, slipped through alleys to leave their infants at the door of the Foundling Hospital. The building stood vast and respectable, a monument to compassion's bureaucracy. At the entrance was a wooden wheel, a foundling turntable. A mother could place her baby inside, ring a bell, and vanish before anyone saw her face. When the wheel turned, another soul entered the system. Inside, the infants were received by matrons in stiff collars. Each child was assigned a number, not a name. Names, after all, implied belonging. Numbers could be forgotten. Some babies were marked by small tokens, a button, a ribbon, a piece of cloth torn in half, so that perhaps one day, if a mother repented or prospered, she might claim her child again. But most never did. The other halves of those ribbons still rest in museum drawers, like the relics of saints who were never canonized. The Foundling Hospital was praised as progress, a clean alternative to the streets, the brothel, or the river. Yet its nursery records whispered another truth. Disease swept through the dormitories faster than prayers could be said. Fevers, the ledgers called them. Summer complaints. The statistics were careful. The death rate was not. By some estimates, only 1 in 4 infants survived their first year inside. The rest were buried in tiny, unmarked graves behind the chapel, beneath grass too thin to hide the shape of loss. Across the Atlantic, another experiment in mercy began. In the 1850s, American cities were drowning in orphans, though few were truly orphaned. Most were children of poverty, immigrants, or single mothers crushed by scandal. Social reformers called them street Arabs, ragamuffins, vagrants. The cure, they said, was relocation, and thus the orphan train movement was born. Between 1854 and 1929, over 200,000 children were shipped from eastern cities to rural America. The movement was framed as rescue, a chance for each child to find a good Christian home. But the trains themselves were rolling cages, filled with terrified faces staring out from wooden benches as landscapes blurred past. At each stop, farmers and townsfolk gathered to inspect the cargo, choosing children like livestock. The boys were strong enough to work fields. The girls could wash, mend, serve. The smallest or sickliest were left behind at the station to await the next train or the next life. Newspapers printed photographs of smiling adopters. New families for new Americans, they proclaimed. But the archives tell darker tales of children beaten, exploited, renamed, erased. A girl once named Maeve O'Rourke became Mary Riley in one ledger, Margaret Ross in another, until she disappeared from all. The system's genius was its invisibility. No one could track what was lost when even the names dissolved. Meanwhile, in Ireland, charity wore a habit and a cross. The Bethany Home, Tuan Mother and Baby Home, and countless other institutions promised refuge for fallen women and their illegitimate children. Behind their stone walls, however, penance became punishment. Infants were baptized, numbered, and starved. Mothers were forced into labor, scrubbing floors and sewing sheets for wealthy donors who never saw the hands that bled for their comfort. When those infants died, and thousands did, they were buried not in consecrated cemeteries, but beneath gardens, near septic tanks, or behind convent walls. In 2017, archaeologists excavated the grounds of Tuam and found the bones of nearly 800 children packed into underground chambers. Their ages ranged from newborn to 3 years. Each tiny skull was a quiet sermon on what happens when purity demands obedience. Ireland was not alone in its righteousness. In Canada, the residential schools disguised assimilation as salvation. Indigenous children were torn from their families, renamed, beaten for speaking their languages, and subjected to neglect so profound it bordered on extermination. The church called it education. History calls it genocide. In Australia, the stolen generations repeated the pattern. Thousands of Aboriginal children taken to missions and homes to be civilized. Many were never seen by their families again. The ledger lines connecting these institutions form a global pattern, one stitched in discipline, doctrine, and denial. But not all asylums were run by priests or nuns. Some were scientific. By the late 19th century, Europe's new obsession was child development. Psychologists and physicians began to see orphans as experimental material, perfect subjects for testing theories about human growth, morality, and hygiene. In one Viennese asylum, researchers studied how long an infant could survive without touch. The babies were fed, washed, and kept spotless, but never held. Within weeks, they stopped crying. Within months, they died. Doctors recorded their deaths as marasmus, a disease of wasting. What they could not name was despair. In Germany, before the Second World War, certain orphanages quietly transitioned into racial institutions. Children with undesirable heritage were separated, sterilized, or sent to Lebensborn facilities to be remade into racially pure Germans. After 1945, many of those children were reclaimed by families who no longer recognized them. Their accents changed, their memories censored. Even their childhood photographs had been retouched to erase the wrong shade of ancestry. In Japan, the Meiji government built orphanages modeled after European charities, meant to modernize compassion. But poverty turned progress into exploitation. Boys worked in match factories. Girls were sent as maids to urban households, where silence was part of their wage. One survivor later wrote, "We were the empire's ghosts, alive enough to work, invisible enough to forget." The machinery of mercy grew sophisticated. Donors wanted proof of efficiency. Governments demanded order. So orphanages became factories of obedience, governed by ledgers, bells, and punishments calibrated like gears. A child who spoke during prayer might scrub floors until dawn. A child who cried at night might be denied food for a week. Discipline was painted as love, submission
was salvation. In 1880s France, the Maison de l'Enfant Réformé kept a chamber of silence, a windowless cell where children were locked for reflection. Few reflected, many broke. In Victorian England, inspectors noted with pride that asylums were remarkably quiet. They never realized the quiet was fear made perfect. The physical design of these buildings reflected their purpose. Narrow hallways, barred windows, high ceilings to amplify echoes. Architecture that taught humility. Everything pointed upward, to God, to the benefactors, away from the child. Even play was regulated. Wooden toys were locked away on Sundays to prevent joy from competing with piety.
And yet, amid all this, fragments of light appeared. A nurse in Liverpool smuggled letters out through laundry bundles, begging officials to investigate the children's constant fevers. A teacher in Massachusetts kept a secret diary describing how the orphans are punished for existing. Decades later, those letters and diaries would surface in archives, their ink faded, but their truth intact. Each line a thread of rebellion against a world that mistook control for care. In the early 20th century, reformers began to question the system. Psychologists argued that children needed family bonds, not institutions. But dismantling the asylums was slow and expensive and inconvenient. It was easier to rename them. Homes for children, training schools, residential centers. The walls remained, only the vocabulary changed. Even as modern welfare programs emerged, the ghosts of the old system persisted. In the 1950s, Britain still exported orphans to Commonwealth countries, promising them sunshine and education, delivering instead to farms and labor camps. Canada received thousands, Australia tens of thousands. The ships carried hope on their decks and trauma in their hulls. When we read the ledgers now, the handwriting trembles with contradiction. For the salvation of the poor, one inscription says. For the improvement of the child. Another reads, expenses, 2 coffins, small size. Each asylum believed itself a monument to morality. In truth, they were laboratories of control, places where society tested how far it could go in shaping the powerless. The children who survived carried the proof in their bodies: crooked spines, missing teeth, eyes that never learned to meet another's gaze. Many lived their whole lives without knowing where they were born or who they were before the institution renamed them. Some searched archives in old age, tracing scraps of baptismal papers, orphan numbers, and photographs stamped "property of the state." Others chose silence, afraid that speaking would summon the same cold walls again. The orphan asylum was civilization's mirror, and the reflection was never flattering. It showed how easily kindness could rot into cruelty, how quickly charity could become a performance, and how silence, polite, institutional silence, could bury generations. But the story does not end in despair. Every record uncovered, every survivor's voice recovered, is an act of resurrection. The children who were made to disappear are finally being seen. And as we close this first chapter, remember this: mercy, when built without empathy, becomes a machine. And once a machine learns to run on suffering, it never stops until someone pulls the plug. The whistle cut through the morning mist like a blade. Steam hissed from the iron beast that waited at the platform, its metal belly trembling with the weight of dreams too small to carry. Tiny faces peered through the slats of wooden rail cars, pale from fear and the cold breath of dawn.
They were going west to find homes, they were told. But in truth, they were leaving home behind forever. Welcome back, dear travelers. Tonight, our train departs from 19th century New York, from streets filled with soot, hunger, and the cries of forgotten children. What began as an act of mercy would soon reveal itself as one of the most haunting social experiments in American history. The orphan trains, a movement that promised redemption and delivered silence. The birth of an idea. By the 1850s, New York City was choking on its own progress. Tenements teemed with immigrants from Ireland, Italy, and Germany, all crammed into airless rooms where sickness grew faster than children. The city's orphanages overflowed, the 5 Points House of Industry, the New York Juvenile Asylum, the Sisters of Charity Foundling Home, each one a sanctuary built on desperation. Children begged at street corners, slept beneath bridges, and scavenged for coal along the Hudson's edge. Newspapers called them street urchins, gutter rats, human refuse. To the wealthy, they were not children, but symbols of decay. Then came Charles Loring Brace, a young Protestant minister with clear eyes and an unshakable faith in reform. In 1853, he founded the Children's Aid Society, not to shelter the poor, but to relocate them. He called it emigration. History would call it the orphan train movement. Brace believed that poverty was a moral disease, curable through hard work, faith, and family. But whose family? Not their own. Many parents of the orphans were still alive, trapped by hunger or illness, forced to surrender their children to institutions that promised temporary care. Few understood that signing a placement form was often signing away a child's identity forever. On a gray morning in 1854, the first orphan train pulled out of New York. Dozens of children, some barely 4 years old, clutched satchels containing a Bible, a change of clothes, and a note pinned to their coats. To whom it may concern, this child is in need of a good Christian home. No one knew where they were going. Not the children, not even the conductors. The train stopped wherever they were invited, their human cargo displayed at local churches and town halls. Flyers announced their arrival weeks in advance. Orphans available. Boys for farm work, girls for domestic service. A blessing for Christian families.
When the trains arrived, the scenes resembled livestock auctions. Townsfolk filed past the children, inspecting teeth, muscles, manners. A strong boy might be adopted before sunset. A timid one might ride for months before anyone claimed him. The youngest girls were often taken as house servants, unpaid labor justified by charity. If a family changed its mind, the child could be sent back on the next train like a defective parcel. Yet to the public, the trains were a triumph. Newspapers printed illustrations of cherubic faces waving goodbye to the city's filth, heading towards sunlight and redemption. Behind those smiles, many wept. Some had mothers who still searched for them in New York's alleys. Others had names that no one bothered to write down. In Kansas, a boy named Patrick Flanagan was taken in by a farmer who renamed him John. The man fed him, clothed him, and beat him with the same mechanical regularity. Patrick grew into a stooped, silent teenager, afraid of loud noises and church bells. He ran away at 16, leaving behind nothing but a broken comb and the number tag he'd worn from the train. In Illinois, the Harris sisters were adopted by a well-to-do couple. They were promised schooling and affection. Instead, they became unpaid maids, rising before dawn to wash linens and prepare meals for 10. When they tried to run, they were found, whipped, and locked in the cellar. The foster mother later wrote to the Children's Aid Society, "The girls have a rebellious nature. Perhaps they were too long among the poor. There were success stories, too, or so the reports claimed. A child who grew into a blacksmith, another who became a school teacher. These rare tales were printed in pamphlets and sermons to justify the movement's moral success. But for every child who found a true home, dozens were lost in silence, buried under false names, their papers misplaced by well-meaning clerks. As the years passed, the trains multiplied. From New York to Missouri, from Boston to Texas, they carried not just orphans, but the unwanted, children of widows, drunkards, immigrants, and the poor. By 1890, the orphan train had become a national institution, sanctified by both church and state. The children formed a kind of silent choir, their voices scattered across prairies and small towns. They learned to forget the streets, to call strangers mama, to replace memories with manners. They learned that gratitude was survival. And yet even gratitude had limits. Some whispered prayers in foreign tongues, remnants of Irish or Italian lullabies. Some carved initials into barn walls, hoping that one day someone would find and recognize them. Most simply disappeared, absorbed into the great experiment of American virtue.
The Children's Aid Society claimed the trains rescued over 200,000 children between 1854 and 1929. But rescue is a word that hides more than it reveals. The movement was less about saving children and more about reshaping society, filling the expanding frontier with obedient English-speaking Christians. It was a quiet form of assimilation, wrapped in sentiment. The orphans became instruments of national identity. Immigrant tongues were scrubbed from their mouths. Catholic prayers were forbidden in Protestant homes. Native American children, too, were later swept into the same current, forced into boarding schools that preached salvation while erasing their names. Every child placed was another brick in the wall of cultural conformity. Behind the moral theater, the machinery of profit hummed. Local newspapers charged fees for placement ads. Train companies offered discounted fares to look charitable. Farmers received free labor. Even the society's clerks collected bonuses for each successful placement. The system was self-sustaining and self-justifying. After all, the children had food, shelter, and God. What more could they possibly need? Letters from the children, when they survived, tell another story. Dear Sir, my name is Anna, but they call me Lucy now. I don't go to school no more. I milk cows and sleep in the shed. Please tell the man from New York to come get me. The letter was never mailed. It was found decades later in a church attic, unsent, folded inside a hymnal. Another. Sir, I think my sister came on the same train, but we were sent to different places. If you know where she is, tell her I did not forget our mother's song. Most letters never reached their destinations. The children had no addresses, no surnames, no return path. They were scattered like seeds, but few grew roots. To the public, the orphan trains became symbols of compassion. Churches held fundraisers, magazines published sentimental sketches of happy adoptions. But as the 20th century dawned, cracks began to appear. Reports surfaced of abuse, neglect, and disappearances. A handful of reformers started to question whether tearing children from their families truly saved them or simply relocated their suffering. In 1910, the National Conference of Charities and Correction declared that institutional care and mass placements were unfit for the moral development of children. They proposed a radical idea that every child had the right to a home built on affection, not ownership.
Yet the trains continued for another 19 years, too beloved by politicians and too profitable to abandon.
In 1929, the final orphan train left New York, carrying 60 children bound for Texas. By then, the Great Depression was stirring, and the nation's faith in charity was crumbling. The movement that began in optimism ended in exhaustion. When the last car door shut, few wept. Few even noticed. Decades later, in the 1980s, surviving riders, by then elderly, began to reunite. They called themselves the Orphan Train Riders, a brotherhood of silence and resilience. They told their stories to anyone who would listen, stories of kindness, cruelty, loss, and the strange feeling of being both saved and stolen. One woman, now in her 90s, said, "They told us we were lucky. Maybe we were. But I still dream of that train. The sound of the whistle means someone's leaving, and someone's never coming back." Today, bronze statues of smiling children and caretakers stand in Midwestern towns, monuments to the orphan train's legacy. But the real memorial is invisible. It lives in family trees with missing branches, in birth certificates stamped "Unknown Mother," in the ache passed from generation to generation. The orphan train was not the end of the orphan asylum. It was its evolution. The walls became wheels. The chains became schedules. The institution learned to move. The silent choir of the orphan trains sang no hymns. Their song was the clatter of wheels, the hiss of steam, the sigh of paper records closing forever. They taught America how easily compassion could become control, and how a single word, charity, could erase an entire childhood. The rain had fallen for 3 straight days over Galway, soft as forgiveness and cold as judgment. Beneath the gray sky, an old convent stood, its white walls mottled with age, its iron gate chained shut. The locals still crossed themselves when passing by, not from piety, but from superstition. They called it the home. They did not say which home. They didn't need to. Everyone in Ireland knew what home could mean. Welcome, traveler, to the island where sin was scrubbed with soap and silence. Tonight, we descend into the shadowed corridors of Ireland's orphan asylums, where salvation wore a habit and the cross hung heavy with guilt. In 1922, as Ireland took its first breaths of independence, a new nation looked to rebuild its soul through faith. The church was not merely a pillar of society, it was society. Hospitals, schools, and asylums, all under ecclesiastical rule. Among these stood the mother and baby homes, the Magdalene Laundries, and the industrial schools, institutions that promised refuge for fallen women, wayward girls, and illegitimate children. But beneath the hymns and rosaries, another truth festered. These were not homes of redemption, but prisons of repentance. Women who bore children out of wedlock were judged unfit for grace. Their babies, the church declared, were born in sin. To purify them, both mother and child had to suffer in silence. The girls were stripped of their names, given numbers or saintly aliases. Sister Mary Agnes, Girl 42, Child of Shame.
They were forced into labor, washing priests' vestments, scrubbing floors, and laundering the linens of hotels and hospitals that profited from their servitude. The sound of water slapping against stone became a kind of liturgy, an endless confession. Of all the names whispered through Ireland's history, one now chills the heart: Tuam. The Bon Secours Mother and Baby Home operated in County Galway from 1925 to 1961. It was a place where unmarried women were sent to give birth in secret and where their infants often never left. In 1975, local boys playing near the property found bones in what they thought was an old septic tank. For decades, it was dismissed as rumor. Then, in 2017, forensic excavations uncovered the truth: the remains of 796 children, infants to toddlers, buried in underground chambers. No coffins, no markers, just layers upon layers of tiny bones. The cause of death in official records: marasmus, convulsions, weakness, failure to thrive. The real causes were starvation, neglect, and indifference disguised as piety. Witnesses later spoke of nuns feeding the babies watered-down milk, rationing blankets, forbidding mothers from holding their newborns. The infants who survived past their first year were often sent abroad, adopted by American Catholic families for donations. Their paperwork was forged, and their mothers never saw them again. Those who died were not baptized properly, so they could not rest in consecrated ground. The priests said their souls were in God's mercy. Their bodies, apparently, were in the drainage system.
If the mother and baby homes were prisons for birth, the Magdalene Laundries were prisons for life. Named after Mary Magdalene, the saint supposedly redeemed from sin, these institutions housed women accused of immorality, promiscuity, or simple defiance. Many were not fallen at all. Some were orphans, some merely too pretty, too outspoken, or too poor. Once inside, they were stripped of their identities. Their hair was cut short, their clothes replaced by coarse uniforms. They were forbidden to speak of their past, their family, their name. The motto carved above many entrances read, "God's work is never done." The work was endless indeed. Laundry for hospitals, army barracks, hotels, even government offices, all washed by unpaid hands, day after day, year after year. Steam filled the rooms, soap stung the skin raw. And over the hiss of boiling water came the sound of hymns, the women forced to sing as they scrubbed, a choir of obedience. Punishments were inventive and cruel: silent meals, isolation cells, starvation, public humiliation. If a girl tried to run, she was dragged back by police, often at the request of her own family, who feared scandal more than suffering. Some spent decades inside. When they died, their graves were marked with numbers, not names. In 1993, construction workers in Dublin uncovered 155 bodies buried behind a former laundry. The headstones came later, after the newspapers did. While the women labored, their children were taken. Infants were labeled illegitimate and were made wards of the church. Some were sent to orphanages, others were adopted abroad, often without consent or records. Ireland's adoption system was a labyrinth of secrecy, overseen by the same religious orders that ran the asylums. Babies were commodities of salvation. A generous donation to the convent could expedite the adoption process. In letters later uncovered, American families thanked Irish nuns for their beautiful children. Behind those polite thank yous were mothers who never stopped searching. Mothers who stood outside the convent gates for years, begging for news, receiving only cold smiles and a whisper, "It's better if you forget." But the mothers did not forget.
Decades later, their stories emerged like ghosts breaking through walls. One woman, now in her 80s, recalled her daughter's birth. "I wasn't allowed to hold her. They said she would be baptized, then adopted. I heard her cry once, then never again. I asked where she went. The sister said, 'To God.'"
If the laundries were for the women, the industrial schools were for the children left behind. Run jointly by the Irish state and Catholic orders, these schools were meant to reform neglected or troublesome youth. In truth, they were detention centers for the poor. Children as young as 5 were sent there for crimes as small as truancy or stealing bread. Many were simply orphans, abandoned by parents who had died, emigrated, or been condemned to the laundries. Inside, the regime was brutal. Beatings were daily, meals were scarce, and silence was enforced. A boy in Artane Industrial School remembered the sound of the cane slicing air. You didn't cry, not because you were brave, but because crying gave them reason to hit you again. Priests and Christian brothers ruled with iron discipline and darker appetites. For decades, the church and state denied reports of sexual abuse, dismissing victims as liars or lunatics. It wasn't until the Ryan Report of 2009, a 2,600-page investigation, that the scale of cruelty was revealed. Thousands of cases of physical, emotional, and sexual torture, spanning generations. The report concluded that the abuse was systemic, pervasive, and enabled by silence. A polite way of saying the country had known and chosen not to see. The Irish government, bound by church authority, turned a blind eye for decades. Inspectors who visited the homes rarely looked beyond the front parlor, where the floors gleamed and children were lined up like mannequins. Behind closed doors, the air reeked of damp linen, lie, and fear. In official records, the language was clinical, conditions satisfactory, discipline adequate. But in the margins, some inspectors left coded notes, tiny acts of defiance, many ill, smell of sickness, children listless. Those faint pencil marks are now the only voices of truth from an era that worshipped appearance over mercy.
When the scandals finally broke in the late 20th century, Ireland reeled. The church that had once stood unshakable began to tremble under the weight of its own shadows. Survivors came forward, women, now grandmothers, who had spent youth in laundries or watched their infants vanish into adoption ledgers. Men who had been boys in industrial schools, still flinching at the sound of Latin prayers. The state issued apologies, compensation funds, inquiries, but some said the apologies came too late, offered to ghosts, not the living. The church issued statements of regret, but rarely of guilt. Many religious orders refused to release archives, claiming privacy and sensitivity. The truth, like the children, remained buried. In modern Ireland, memorials now stand at the sites of former homes, plaques etched with names, gardens planted over bones. Tourists leave flowers, survivors leave silence. But in the quiet of those gardens, one can still feel the weight of the past, the prayers whispered by those who were never allowed to speak their own names. The church taught them that suffering was purification. But history teaches us that suffering, when imposed, is nothing but sin disguised as virtue. The rain still falls over Tuam, over Dublin, over Cork, washing the stone walls that once confined generations of mothers and children. And beneath those walls, beneath the cross that crowned every doorway, lies Ireland's truest gospel, written not in scripture, but in bone. The candlelight flickered over white tile walls, and in its glow, the room gleamed like a shrine.
But this was no chapel. This was the new altar of the modern world, where faith had given way to science, and compassion had been replaced by curiosity. Welcome, wanderers. Tonight we enter the experiment rooms, where children without names became data without souls, and where doctors in clean coats wrote their sins in Latin. The orphan asylums of the 19th and 20th centuries were not only factories of obedience, they were laboratories of control. As Europe stepped into the industrial age, a new god emerged: reason. The church still whispered of salvation, but science promised understanding, a way to quantify life, measure morality, and dissect emotion.
And so, humanity itself became the subject. But who would serve as the first test subjects for this new enlightenment? Not the privileged, not the loved. It was the unwanted, the orphans, the defectives, the forgotten, whose bodies could be examined without permission, whose pain carried no consequence. By the late 1800s, orphanages and poorhouses were flooded with doctors, psychologists, and reformers claiming to study child development. They carried notebooks and calipers, rulers and needles. They believed that by studying neglected children, they could unlock the mysteries of the human condition. In truth, they only unlocked cruelty with precision. One of the chilling tales begins in Vienna, 1909. The Spiegelgrund Children's Hospital was part orphanage, part research center. There, a series of experiments sought to answer what doctors called the mothering question. Could infants survive on food, cleanliness, and medical care alone, without touch, without affection? The infants were divided into two groups. One received minimal handling, fed, changed, washed, but never held. The others were nursed and comforted by volunteers. The results came swiftly and tragically. Within weeks, the untouched infants stopped crying. Within months, they stopped moving. Within a year, most were dead. The reports described the deaths as marasmus, a wasting disease. But the nurses, the few who could not bear the silence, wrote the truth in the margins. They died from loneliness. This discovery would later be cited as proof of the importance of maternal affection. But those who made the discovery were the same who caused the deaths. Science congratulated itself for learning what love had always known. By the early 20th century, the orphan asylum had become a convenient laboratory for a darker ideology: eugenics, the belief that humanity could be improved by selective breeding and the elimination of the unfit. What began as intellectual curiosity in universities soon became government policy. In Britain, Canada, and the United States, eugenics researchers infiltrated asylums, workhouses, and reform schools. They tested intelligence with crude puzzles, measured skulls, and classified children by mental worth. Those deemed defective were sterilized, often without consent, often without knowledge. In California, between 1909 and 1950, more than 20,000 children and adults in state care were sterilized under health laws. The youngest known patient was 9. Doctors wrote reports with chilling efficiency. Subject exhibits low reasoning ability and emotional instability. Sterilization recommended for societal benefit. The orphans had no families to object, no advocates to defend them. Their bodies were property of the state, their fates determined by science's cold arithmetic.
Then came Germany, where eugenics evolved into its final monstrous form. By the 1930s, Nazi doctors viewed orphanages not as homes, but as breeding grounds for undesirables. The Kinderfachabteilungen, or special children's wards, were created across the Reich. Here, disabled or parentless children were observed, experimented upon, and quietly eliminated. The infamous Spiegelgrund Clinic in Vienna, now under Nazi control, became the center of what was euphemistically called child euthanasia. Over 800 children were killed, many by lethal injection, starvation, or disease deliberately left untreated. Their brains were preserved in jars for study, labeled neatly and stored in university collections. Some remained there until the early 2000s. The doctors called it research. History calls it murder. But cruelty in the name of science was not confined to Europe. Across the ocean, American orphanages became testing grounds for new medicines and vaccines. Between the 1940s and 1970s, institutions in New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut quietly collaborated with medical companies, using children as volunteers for experimental drugs and nutrition studies. At the Willowbrook State School in Staten Island, researchers deliberately infected mentally disabled children with hepatitis to study the disease's progression. Parents, when they existed, were told it was routine immunization. Most never knew. The lead researcher, Dr. Saul Krugman, later won awards for his contributions to virology. At the Fernald State School in Massachusetts, boys were fed radioactive oatmeal as part of a study on digestion and calcium absorption. They were told they were part of a science club. Their reward? A free trip to the zoo. Documents later revealed the truth. The experiments were sponsored by the Atomic Energy Commission and Harvard University. The children's bodies were used to measure radiation safety for soldiers and workers. The orphans were considered ideal subjects. No parents to question, no papers to sign, no voices to protest.
Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, orphanages became instruments of ideological engineering. After the Bolshevik Revolution, tens of thousands of children were left homeless, the bezprizorniki. The new regime saw them as both a threat and an opportunity. Psychologists like Anton Makarenko designed massive collective orphanages where discipline replaced affection and loyalty to the state replaced family. Children were conditioned to report each other's disobedience, to suppress individuality, to serve the collective. One report from 1934 described a boy of 10 who turned in his friend for stealing bread. When asked why, he said, "Because the collective is my mother." That sentence, perfectly obedient and perfectly tragic, became the motto of an entire generation. Science had merged with ideology. The orphan was no longer a victim. He was raw material for utopia. In post-war Japan, orphanages overflowed with children born of occupation, mixed-race infants abandoned by both Japanese and American fathers. To the state, they were inconvenient reminders of defeat. Some were handed to Western missionaries. Others were sent to state-run institutions where medical researchers tested new antibiotics and nutritional formulas. Many records remain sealed, but testimonies from surviving nurses speak of injections without explanation and blood samples taken weekly. In China, during the 1950s famine, orphanages became death traps. Malnutrition experiments were conducted to study endurance and starvation recovery. Few children survived long enough to see the results. Why did they do it? That question lingers like smoke. The doctors, the reformers, the scientists, they believed they were serving progress. They spoke of data, discovery, destiny. To them, these children were not victims, they were variables. And variables, once recorded,
could be discarded. It was the same justification used by priests and politicians, now spoken in the language of laboratories, for the greater good. The line between healer and monster blurred. A nurse who held a dying child's hand during an experiment might later record its death as non-reactive subject. Compassion became compartmentalized, a feeling allowed only after the data was collected.
In dusty archives across Europe and America, fragments of the experiments still remain. Photographs of infants lined in cribs, their faces blurred by time. Medical charts labeled Sample A expired. Letters from nurses begging to be transferred. I cannot bear the silence of these rooms. In one Viennese journal, a chilling entry from 1941 reads, Subject 47 exhibited resilience. Terminated at 21:45. Tissue preserved for analysis. No name. No birth date. Only numbers. These archives were meant to be forgotten, but memory, like rot, seeps through sealed doors. After the wars, after the revelations, nations sought to cleanse their conscience. Trials were held, papers burned, apologies made. But most of the perpetrators lived long lives honored by academia and medicine. In Germany, former Nazi pediatricians continued teaching into the 1960s. In America, scientists from the radiation studies received grants for further research. In Ireland and Britain, those who administered forced sterilizations were quietly pensioned and forgotten. Only in recent decades have memorials begun to appear, small plaques outside former hospitals, naming no victims, but admitting the horror. To the children used in experiments within these walls, we remember you. The words are soft, the truth they carry is not. The experiment rooms of the orphan asylums remind us that cruelty does not always wear a mask of hatred. Sometimes it wears the mask of logic. The men and women who conducted these studies did not see themselves as villains. They saw themselves as pioneers, explorers of the human soul. They believed the end justified the means, that pain could be measured, and morality could be postponed in the name of knowledge. But every vial of blood, every silent subject, every unidentified specimen was a child, one who might have laughed, might have loved, had they been allowed to live outside the petri dish of human ambition. The experiment rooms are gone now. The tiles are cracked, the tables rusted. But if you stand there in the quiet, in Vienna, in Massachusetts, in Moscow, you can still feel the hum of that old machine, the machine that learned to turn suffering into progress. And you will understand the terrible truth. Science without mercy is not enlightenment. It is a new kind of darkness, one that glows.
The sun rose over red earth and eucalyptus smoke, stretching across miles of land, once silent except for the wind and the cry of birds. But now the silence was broken by another sound, the shuffling of small feet, the crack of wooden rulers, the distant chant of hymns. This was not a land without people. It was a land made to forget them. Welcome, traveler, to the colonies, where empires built their morality upon the bones of children. From the Canadian tundra to the Australian plains, the orphan asylums became engines of assimilation, erasing cultures, families, and histories under the banner of civilization. This is the empire of the forgotten, and its borders were drawn not on maps, but in graves. By the mid-19th century, the British Empire had grown vast and restless, a network of colonies that promised both profit and salvation.
Across continents, missionaries and bureaucrats shared a single conviction: that indigenous peoples could be improved if only they were separated from their roots. The orphan became their perfect subject, innocent enough to mold, powerful enough to control. The idea was not born in malice, at least not openly. It was baptized in good intentions, to save the savage child from savagery, to give the heathen a Christian home. But as every empire learns, salvation is a polite word for domination. In Canada, the first residential schools opened in the 1830s, funded by the government and run by Christian churches. They were presented as places of education and reform, designed to kill the Indian in the child. Children were taken from their families, sometimes by persuasion, often by force. Mounted police arrived at villages with wagons and warrants. Mothers clung to their sons until their hands were pried away. Daughters were pulled from the arms of weeping fathers. Those who resisted were jailed or beaten. At the schools, the transformation began. Hair, the symbol of pride and spirit, was cut short. Native names were replaced with English ones. They were forbidden to speak their language, to pray to their gods, to remember who they had been. Their uniforms were stiff, their beds identical, their prayers rehearsed. Every morning, they marched to chapel to recite verses from a faith they did not choose. Every night, they whispered to each other in the languages they were told were sins. The dormitories smelled of bleach and hunger. Winters froze their bones, summers blistered their skin.
Food was scarce. Punishment was not. Children were beaten for speaking Cree or Ojibwe. Some were locked in basements for days. Others made to kneel on broom handles until their legs went numb. And beneath the cover of darkness, worse crimes unfolded, the kind no hymn could cleanse. By the 20th century, over 130 residential schools operated across Canada. More than 150,000 Indigenous children passed through them. Thousands never came home. Their deaths were labeled accidents, illness, runaways. But when the ground-penetrating radar came decades later, it found the truth. Unmarked graves, hundreds upon hundreds, beneath the playgrounds and chapels. The church called them lost souls. The survivors called them stolen children. When the truth began to surface in the 1990s, the world heard stories that felt impossible. One woman from the Cree Nation recalled, "They took my brother first. He was 6. They said he needed to learn the white man's ways. When I saw him again, he didn't know our language. He didn't know our mother's face." Another survivor said simply, "They told us our parents were dead, but they weren't. We were." The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, established in 2008, gathered testimony from thousands of survivors. Its final report, published in 2015, declared the residential school system a form of cultural genocide. But the word genocide cannot capture the ache of a lost lullaby, or the silence that comes when a people forget how to say mother in their own tongue. Half a world away, another empire sang the same hymn. In Australia, British colonizers viewed the Aboriginal peoples as a dying race, an obstacle to be managed, studied, or erased. From the 1860s to the 1970s, state and church missions tore thousands of children from their families, under the guise of protection and education. They called them the stolen generations. Mixed-race children, labeled half-castes, were especially targeted. Officials claimed they could be absorbed into white society through training and labor. Girls were raised to be maids and wives.
boys to be laborers and farmhands. The policy was not secret, it was celebrated as progress. In remote missions like Moore River Settlement and Kudawindra Girls' Home, the same pattern unfolded. Children arrived crying for their mothers. Within months, they were punished for remembering them. Letters were censored. Family visits were rare. They were taught to pray in English, to scrub floors, to forget who they were. The mission schools were more prison than classroom. Abuse was rampant, survival uncertain. Many children were buried in nameless graves behind the chapels. When questioned, administrators insisted they had offered opportunity. But opportunity, it seemed, had a strange habit of ending in silence.
In New Zealand, the state took inspiration from both Britain and Australia. Maori children deemed at risk were placed in foster care or reform schools. Officials promised it would teach discipline and morality. Instead, it became a system of institutional abuse. In the 1950s and 1960s, thousands of Maori children were taken for reasons as trivial as truancy or poverty. Many were sent to state-run orphanages, where they were beaten, neglected, and subjected to medical testing for tuberculosis and nutrition programs. The Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse in Care, launched in 2018, uncovered decades of atrocities. Children restrained, humiliated, assaulted, and buried without record. The state spoke of order. The children learned that order meant obedience and fear. The empire's appetite for innocence did not stop at its own borders. Beginning in the 1940s, Britain launched the Child Migrant Program, sending thousands of orphans and unwanted children to its colonies, primarily Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. The policy was framed as benevolent, a fresh start for disadvantaged youth. But few of those children were true orphans. Many had living parents who believed their children were being sent to boarding schools or adoptive families. In reality, they were shipped like cargo to faraway institutions and work farms. The ships departed from Liverpool, Southampton, and London, vessels of mercy on paper, vessels of exile in truth. The children were told they were going to a land of sunshine, fruit, and freedom. Instead, they found hunger, hard labor, and abuse in remote settlements run by the same religious orders that had once ruled over Britain's poorhouses. In Australia, the Christian Brothers ran notorious institutions like Bindoon, Clontarf, and Castledare. Boys as young as 8 worked in quarries under the blistering sun, their hands cracked and bleeding. They were beaten for mistakes, molested under the guise of discipline, and taught to be grateful. Their letters home were censored or destroyed. One survivor later said, "They told us England didn't want us, Australia didn't want us, God didn't want us. I think they were right." Between 1945 and 1970, an estimated 130,000 British children were deported under the scheme. Most never saw their families again.
Empire is a machine that feeds on memory. To rule, it must erase. And so, records vanished. Birth certificates were altered, adoption papers forged, archives sealed. Governments called it administration. The church called it confidentiality. History calls it complicity. When survivors tried to trace their families decades later, they found only walls of bureaucracy. Many mothers had died believing their children were dead. Many children lived believing their mothers had abandoned them. It was not a tragedy of neglect, it was a tragedy by design. In recent decades, the truth has forced its way into the light. In Canada, Australia, and New Zealand,
commissions of inquiry have catalogued the abuses. In 2008, Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd delivered a formal apology to the stolen generations. His voice trembled as he spoke. For the pain, suffering, and hurt of these stolen generations, we say sorry. To the mothers and the fathers, the brothers and the sisters, we say sorry. The words echoed across the world, and yet, for many survivors, they were too late. An apology cannot rebuild a childhood. A plaque cannot resurrect a name. In Canada, the discovery of unmarked graves at residential schools reignited the collective grief of a nation. In Kamloops, Cowessess, and dozens more sites, radar scans revealed hundreds of shallow resting places, each grave a question without an answer. The priests once buried bodies to hide shame. Now the earth itself refuses to forget. Today, the echoes of these institutions still shape the descendants of the stolen. Addiction, suicide, generational trauma, the scars of displacement etched into communities that were told to be grateful for their civilization. Languages lost for generations are being relearned. Songs once forbidden are sung again in classrooms. Names once erased are carved on memorial stones. But beneath the progress lies a quiet truth. Empire never fully dies. It only changes form. The orphan asylums of yesterday have become detention centers for migrants, group homes for the unwanted, bureaucratic labyrinths where compassion is measured in funding. The language has changed, the structure has not.
And what of Britain, the mother empire? For decades, the government denied responsibility, claiming the charities acted independently. Only in 2010 did the UK issue a formal apology for the child migrant schemes. But the apology came with no restitution, no access to sealed records, no acknowledgement of the living harm. It was as if the empire had apologized for a ghost while ignoring the survivors standing before it. Some of those survivors, now elderly, still meet each year under the hot Australian sun. They bring faded photographs, ship manifests, and letters that never reached their parents. They sit in circles, reading each other's stories aloud. And when one finishes, another begins. Because their history was written to be forgotten, and they have sworn to remember it, name by name, breath by breath. When the wind blows over the plains of Western Australia, it carries dust and whispers, the languages once banned, the songs once silenced. In Canada, snow falls over schoolyards built on bones, soft as forgiveness, cold as truth. Empires fall, but the echoes of their mercy remain. The orphan asylums of the colonies were not outposts of kindness. They were factories of forgetting, where innocence was reshaped to fit the empire's reflection. And if you listen long enough, you will hear it still. The voices of children singing hymns in languages not their own, somewhere between prayer and defiance. Their chorus does not ask for pity, only remembrance. The sea has always been a keeper of secrets. It swallows empires and carries whispers from shore to shore. It remembers what the land tries to forget. And somewhere upon its grey, restless waters, the laughter of children once mingled with the creak of timber and the groan of iron hulls. A sound that began in hope and ended in silence. Welcome, traveller, to the hidden ships, the floating orphanages of empire, where innocence was exported by the ton and destiny was sealed with a wave. These were the voyages that carried the lost children of Britain, Ireland, and beyond across the oceans, not to safety, but to exile. It began in the 17th century, when Britain first realized it had too many poor and too few colonies. As London streets filled with beggars and abandoned children, Parliament found a solution: export them. The Transportation Acts made it legal to send vagrants, convicts, and idle youths to colonial outposts. Ships that once carried spices and slaves now carried orphans, tiny bodies pressed into service for empire.
By the 19th century, this practice had become respectable. Philanthropic societies rebranded it as child emigration. The logic was simple. Britain's poor children could find a better life in the colonies, where land was vast and labor was scarce. They called it a new beginning. The children would call it something else. The first official child migrant ships set sail in the 1860s, bound for Canada and Australia. On board were hundreds of boys and girls, most under the age of 14, drawn from workhouses, orphanages, and reform schools. They were told they were chosen, the lucky ones. They were told the voyage would take them to a land of sun and opportunity. But the truth was simpler. They were being shipped to fill the gaps of empire. The voyage itself was a test of endurance. On deck, officers spoke of Christian duty. Below, in the holds, the children slept in rows of narrow bunks that smelled of sickness and salt. Seasickness swept through the quarters like a plague. Some were too small to climb to the upper deck for air. There were no mothers to soothe, no doctors to heal, only matrons with ledgers and rules. The older boys were made to work, swabbing decks, polishing brass, or serving meals to the ship's crew. The younger ones sat for hours in lessons meant to prepare them for colonial manners, drills of obedience, cleanliness, and prayer. They were told to forget their old lives, their families, their accents. To speak of the past was to sin. To dream of home was to defy providence. Storms were common. When the waves rose, the children were locked below decks. The air turned foul. The sound of retching and crying filled the dark. When the storm passed, the crew washed the decks with seawater and sometimes with bleach. The voyage to Canada took 6 weeks. To Australia, 3 months. Not all of them made it. When the ships reached Canada, the children were divided like livestock. Boys were sent to farms, girls to domestic service. The Barnado Homes, the Salvation Army, and the Catholic Emigration Societies all competed to export the most children, a contest of charity and profit. Between 1869 and 1939, over 100,000 British home children were sent to Canada alone.
The Canadian government welcomed them as cheap labor. They were assigned to families under the supervision of local agents who rarely checked on them. Those who complained of abuse were labeled ungrateful. Those who ran away were returned by police, punished, and sometimes reassigned to harsher households. One boy, William McPherson, wrote in his journal, "They told me Canada would be a garden. It is a field, and I am the ox." In winter, the cold bit through the thin wool of their uniforms. In summer, the fields burned their hands raw. Most received no education. Their pay, if any, was withheld until adulthood, by which time few could claim it. When they died, the records listed them as farmhands or servants. The word child rarely appeared. The same ships that carried children to Canada later turned south toward Australia, New Zealand, and southern Africa. By the late 19th century, the British Empire had perfected the system. Powerhouses, orphanages, and industrial schools supplied a steady stream of juvenile emigrants. The program was marketed as nation building. The colonies, officials said, would be populated by healthy white stock, a euphemism for cultural control. In Australia, the first major wave of child migrants arrived in the 1910s, sponsored by churches and charities. After the Second World War, the child migration program expanded dramatically.
Between 1947 and 1970, an estimated 7,000 to 10,000 British children were shipped to Australia under agreements between the British and Australian governments. They were promised warm weather, new families, and endless opportunity, but many found only isolation, cruelty, and forced labor. The institutions that received them were brutal places: Bindoon Boys Town, Castledare, Clontarf, Fairbridge Farm, and countless others. Run by religious orders, they combined military discipline with spiritual tyranny. The children were told they were unwanted in Britain, that their parents were dead, that the priests were their only fathers now. And the priests made sure they believed it. The beatings were systematic, the sexual abuse rampant. In one testimony decades later, a survivor said, "At night, you prayed not for safety, but for invisibility."
The deportations continued quietly for decades. Ships with names like RMS Arensay, SS Asturias, and Strathnaver carried hundreds of children at a time. There were no banners, no farewells. Most departed from docks in Liverpool or Southampton at dawn. Each child was given a small suitcase, a Bible, and a new name tag. Behind the paperwork, the deception was immense. Many of the children were not orphans at all. Their parents had placed them in temporary care, expecting reunion once they could find work or housing. The charities assured them their children would be educated abroad. In reality, the children were reclassified as permanent wards of the Crown, their families erased by a line of ink. For decades, letters between parents and children were intercepted and destroyed. The children grew up believing their families had abandoned them. The parents grew old believing their children were safe and happy overseas. Both were lies. When the Fairbridge Society, one of the largest child migration organizations, was questioned in the 1980s, it defended its record by saying the intentions were noble. Perhaps they were. But noble intentions do not fill an empty stomach or mend a shattered mind. In reality, these voyages were a means of exporting poverty and shame, of ridding Britain of its social burdens while populating the colonies with loyal subjects. The Empire called it opportunity. The children called it exile. Many of those children, now elderly, still recall the moment the horizon swallowed their homeland, the smell of tar and salt, the gulls fading into the distance, the sudden terrible quiet when the ship's horn echoed into the open sea. They remember asking, "When will we go home?" And the matron's answer, "This is your home now." Records of these voyages were scattered, destroyed, or deliberately obscured. When researchers tried to trace them in the 1990s, they found gaps, missing manifests, falsified birth certificates, erased adoption records. It was as if the ocean itself had swallowed the evidence. But memory survives where paper does not. In old maritime logs, brief notations remain. Cargo, 314 juveniles, bound for Fremantle. Passengers, 126 emigrant boys, destination unknown. The language is chilling in its indifference. Cargo, juveniles, units. Even at sea, the orphans were never seen as children, only statistics adrift between continents.
It was not until the late 20th century that the truth came fully ashore. In 1998, a BBC documentary titled Lost Children of the Empire exposed the horrific conditions endured by child migrants. In response, the British government launched an inquiry, the Health Select Committee Report on Child Migration, which confirmed widespread abuse and deceit. A decade later, Australia's own Senate inquiry into child migration echoed the same findings. physical abuse, sexual assault, emotional trauma, and systemic neglect. Finally, in 2010, British Prime Minister Gordon Brown stood before Parliament and said, "To all those former child migrants and their families, we are truly sorry. We are sorry that they were allowed to be sent away at all, sorry for the failure of their country to protect them." In Australia, Prime Minister Julia Gillard offered a similar apology in 2013, her voice breaking as she read the names of the institutions that had caused the pain. But apologies, however sincere, cannot return lost childhoods. They cannot calm the ghosts that still follow those ships across the sea. Today, small memorials stand in ports like Liverpool, Fremantle, and Halifax. Bronze statues of children holding suitcases, staring toward invisible horizons. Tourists pass by, snap photographs, and move on. But if you linger, you can almost hear it, the soft hum of the waves beneath their feet, whispering the names that history erased. Some of those names have been recovered through the Child Migrants Trust, which works to reunite families separated by the deportations. A few mothers lived long enough to see their sons and daughters again. Most did not. But the letters, the photographs, the DNA matches, they are fragments of redemption wrested from the sea's indifference. The ocean does not judge. It carries everything: ships, secrets, and stories. It carried those children, too, across miles of uncertainty, across a distance wider than geography. Their small faces pressed to portholes, their hearts filled with confusion, fear, and a faint hope that someone would be waiting on the other side. But no one waited. The empire had no arms for them, only open land and closed hearts. And so, they became the empire's quiet legacy: builders of roads, cleaners of houses, forgotten citizens of two nations that both called them theirs and neithers. If you listen at night by the shore, any shore, you might still hear their lullaby, not of comfort, but of memory. The tide brings it back again and again, the sound of a ship's horn, the echo of a prayer, the whisper of a child asking, "Where is home?"
The walls were white. So white they hurt the eyes. So white they promised purity, or something that looked like it. Inside these walls, the world claimed to have moved beyond whips and prayers. The old asylums were closing, their iron beds dismantled, their chapels turned into offices. Science had triumphed over superstition, they said. But the ghosts of mercy are clever. They do not die, they evolve. Welcome, traveler, to the White Rooms, the new orphanages of the modern age. The hymns are gone, replaced by clipboards and diagnoses. The habits of nuns have become the coats of psychiatrists. And the experiments are no longer spiritual, they are psychological. The same question still lingers. How do you make a child obedient? The answers, as ever, are written in fear. By the 1950s, Western nations were congratulating themselves on progress. The wars were over, the empire rebranding itself as democracy, and the age of psychology had arrived. Governments no longer spoke of charity, they spoke of mental hygiene, behavioral correction, and scientific childcare. The orphanages, now renamed training schools, youth homes, or care institutions, promise to raise well-adjusted citizens. But inside, little had changed except the vocabulary. Where once priests had wielded Bibles, psychologists now carried notebooks. Where once sins were confessed, now traumas were cataloged. And where once children were punished for disobedience,
They were now treated for it. The language softened. The methods did not. The post-war years saw the rise of behaviorism, the belief that all human behavior could be conditioned through reward and punishment. It was a science tailor-made for institutions. At Willowbrook, Warnford, Brockville, and countless others, children were subjected to regimens of retraining. Those who followed orders were praised, fed, given tokens for privileges. Those who resisted were sedated, isolated, or subjected to behavior modification. In the United States, programs like the Boys Town model blended discipline with pseudoscientific therapy. The children were monitored, scored, and ranked. In Canada and the UK, state-run mental health centers conducted studies to measure obedience and emotional control. The rooms were white for a reason. They symbolized neutrality, emptiness, and control. A child screaming in a white room left no mark, no stain, only an echo.
In the 1950s and 60s, psychiatric research reached deep into the lives of institutionalized children. Without family to protect them, orphans became convenient subjects for the new sciences of the mind. At Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, under the direction of Dr. E. Ewan Cameron, children and adults alike were subjected to experiments in psychic driving. They were drugged with LSD and barbiturates, electroshocked dozens of times, and forced to listen to recorded messages for days on end. Repetitive affirmations meant to erase undesirable memories. The funding came, in part, from the CIA's MK-Ultra program, a secret project exploring mind control. Some of those patients were orphans, children considered emotionally disturbed or unmanageable. Their memories were wiped clean, and with them, their identities. In Britain, at institutions like Shenley and Stanley Royd, electroconvulsive therapy was administered to children as young as 8 for behaviors as mild as bedwetting or refusal to speak. The doctors called it therapeutic discipline. The children called it lightning. The obsession with silence never truly left the orphanage. Psychologists saw in quiet children a model of control. Still, compliant, unthreatening. At the Letchworth Village in New York, researchers conducted tests on speech development by depriving infants of verbal interaction. They were fed and cleaned, but rarely spoken to. Their progress was charted meticulously, their decline ignored. In Australia's Near Call orphanage, run by the Sisters of Mercy, but overseen by the state, silence was a rule disguised as virtue. Quiet is holy, the nuns said. The psychologists who visited later rebranded the same practice as minimizing environmental stimulation. Different century, same logic. The partnership between religion and science did not dissolve, it fused. In Ireland, Canada, and the UK, the transition from church-run to state-run care was seamless. The priests and nuns handed over the buildings, the psychiatrists took the keys. The methods evolved into what one reformer later called compassionate control. The idea was to remove the outward cruelty, the canes, the starvation, the public punishments, and replace them with clinical ones. Sedation instead of starvation. Isolation instead of imprisonment. Diagnosis instead of damnation. It looked humane. It was not. In the 1960s, tranquilizers like Thorazine and Mellaril became the tools of choice. Children were dosed daily to maintain emotional stability. Those who questioned their treatment were labeled schizophrenic, antisocial, or hysterical. Every act of defiance became a symptom. Every symptom,
required a cure.
No story captures the cruelty of this new era more chillingly than that of the Duplessis orphans in Quebec. Between the 1940s and 1960s, thousands of children born out of wedlock were placed in Catholic orphanages across the province. When Premier Maurice Duplessis struck a deal with the church, those orphanages were reclassified as psychiatric hospitals. The reason was financial. The government paid twice as much to institutions housing mentally ill patients as to those housing ordinary orphans. Overnight, thousands of children were declared insane. Their records were falsified, their names changed. They were locked in cells, forced to wear straitjackets, subjected to electroshock and chemical experiments. Some were lobotomized, others were sterilized. They were told they were unworthy of the outside world. And for decades, no one questioned it.
By the 1970s, the age of mass orphanages was fading, replaced by foster care and smaller treatment centers. But the new systems inherited the same spirit, the belief that children could be corrected. Institutions now spoke of personality restructuring, attachment conditioning, and behavioral realignment. In reality, it was reprogramming, the psychological descendant of centuries of moral discipline. The walls remained white, the lights fluorescent, the silence heavy. Children sat before mirrors, told to repeat affirmations of obedience. They were shown Rorschach blots and told what they should see. If their answers deviated, they were medicated. If they refused, they were restrained. A science of compassion, they called it. A system of quiet annihilation it became. The 20th century wanted to forget the word orphanage. It sounded medieval, shameful, superstitious. So it replaced it with terms like residential home and therapeutic facility. But the children inside noticed little difference. The hunger was the same, the loneliness unchanged, the walls still white. For society, these rebranded institutions offered relief, a way to believe the cruelty had ended, that the modern world had outgrown its darkness. Yet behind every new word was an old wound. The Duplessis orphans, the Willowbrook children, the silent wards of Europe, they all shared one truth. Every age invents its own language for inhumanity, its own justification for control. The priests once said, "We punish because we love." The psychiatrists said, "We treat because we care." The outcome was the same: broken minds packaged as miracles of reform.
Walk into any abandoned psychiatric hospital today. The walls flaking, the paint pale as dust. The rooms are still white, but the silence is no longer obedient. It hums, it breathes, it remembers. There are faint scratches on the plaster, initials, numbers, tiny marks made by restless hands. Someone counted the days once.
Someone else carved the word home beneath a window. The records say they were healed. The walls say otherwise. And in that white silence, you can almost hear the truth. It wasn't faith or ignorance that built the asylums. It was certainty. The belief that one group of people could decide what another deserved to feel, to think, or to be. That certainty has many uniforms, and none of them are innocent. The morning whistle shrieked like a dying bird. Smoke poured from the chimneys of the city, black columns that turned the dawn gray before it could reach the streets. The air tasted of metal, soot, and sweat. And through the haze, the smallest figures shuffled toward the factories. Thin bodies in threadbare clothes, eyes dull from sleeplessness. They were not workers. They were property. The children of the orphan asylums traded for wages, consumed by machines. Welcome, traveler, to the factory of souls, where the gears of progress were greased with childhood. Here, mercy had an economy, and innocence had a price tag. The Industrial Revolution promised miracles. It transformed nations, enriched the few, and demanded the many. Between 1760 and 1900, cities like Manchester, Birmingham, Glasgow, and London swelled with workers and smoke. Progress needed hands, small ones. In the beginning, factory owners hesitated to hire children outright. It seemed indecent. Then came the solution, the orphan asylums. They offered a steady supply of cheap, obedient labor. Children already trained to submit, disciplined to silence, grateful for bread. The church and the state called it apprenticeship.
In truth, it was slavery rewritten in the language of benevolence. In 1788, the British Parliament proudly recorded that workhouse children are profitably employed in manufacture. The orphans were taken from poorhouses and charitable institutions under contracts that bound them to factory masters until adulthood. The agreements bore the signatures of bishops, industrialists, and government clerks, the holy trinity of progress. Their justification was simple: better a factory than the streets. But the factories became streets of their own, endless, suffocating, and cruel. The orphan mills dotted the countryside like scars: Cromford, New Lanark, Lowell, Saltire. In the spinning rooms, the air was thick with cotton dust that clung to the lungs and throat. Children as young as 6 worked 16-hour days, their fingers raw and bleeding from threading bobbins. The noise of the looms was deafening, a constant mechanical roar that vibrated in their bones. They called the machines Jenny, Mule, Jack, as if naming them made them human. But the machines had no mercy. Accidents were common: a sleeve caught in the gears, a finger crushed beneath the rollers, a scalp torn away by an unguarded wheel. If a child slowed down or fell asleep, the overseer's strap found its mark. The orphans learned quickly that exhaustion was not an excuse. It was evidence of weakness. In Lancashire, reports showed children working from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m., sleeping in dormitories beside the factory. In Glasgow, inspectors found that half the child workers were from parish orphanages. In Manchester, an observer wrote, "Their faces are pale and old, though their years are few. They move not as children, but as cogs within the great machine." The orphanage directors praised their discipline. The industrialists praised their productivity. Only the children were silent. The practice was legalized through what was known as the apprentice system, introduced in the late 18th century. It allowed parish authorities to send orphans to factories in exchange for food, lodging, and a small payment to the institution. The children signed no contracts. The state signed for them.
One of the earliest and most infamous examples was Sir Richard Arkwright's mill in Cromford, Derbyshire, the birthplace of the modern factory. Arkwright employed hundreds of parish orphans, housed them in barracks, and worked them in 12-hour shifts. Visitors admired the order, the cleanliness, the efficiency. They did not see the children collapse at their looms or die of fevers in dormitories that reeked of damp and disease. The system spread rapidly. By 1800, thousands of children from London's foundling hospitals were transported north to textile mills. Many never returned. In 1815, a visitor to the style mill recorded, "They look like soldiers in a campaign, marching from one suffering to the next. Their masters speak of industry. I see only endurance." But endurance was the currency of empire, and the orphans were its mint. Factory owners often built schools beside their mills to appease inspectors and philanthropists. These were not schools of learning, but schools of compliance. Children learned to read the Bible, write their names, and calculate production quotas. Their education was measured not in knowledge, but in punctuality and obedience. A child who misbehaved was punished publicly. One recorded method involved strapping a sign around a child's neck reading "idler" or "thief" and making them stand at the gate all day. Others were locked in storage closets for hours without food or water. At night, they returned to the dormitories, long rows of narrow beds, one blanket each, 2 children per mattress. Inspectors occasionally visited, but they were easily deceived. The children were scrubbed, fed extra bread, and rehearsed in polite responses. When asked if they were happy, they said, "Yes, sir." When asked if they were hungry, they said, "No, sir." It was not a lie. Hunger had long ago become their normal. By the 1830s, reformers began to question the morality of the system. Philanthropists like Lord Shaftesbury and writers like Charles Dickens exposed the horrors of child labor. Parliament responded with the Factories Acts, laws meant to limit working hours and improve conditions. But laws are only as strong as their enforcement. Factory owners forged records, bribed inspectors, or simply ignored the rules. The mills ran day and night. The orphanages kept sending more children. Even after the 10 Hours Act of 1847, reports showed orphans still working 14-hour shifts. One inspector admitted privately, "The law is merciful, the mills are not." And so the charade continued. Progress draped in righteousness, industry painted as charity. The children still marched to the whistle, their small bodies keeping time with the empire's heart.
Across the ocean, in America, the pattern repeated. Orphanages in New York, Boston, and Philadelphia placed children in textile mills, glassworks, and coal mines. The orphan train movement, see Chapter 2, supplied a steady flow of labor for the expanding frontier. In Lowell, Massachusetts, orphan girls, known as mill sisters, worked 12-hour days in suffocating heat, their hair and clothes coated with lint. In the coal towns of Pennsylvania, breaker boys, some as young as 8, sat on wooden planks above conveyor belts, picking slate from coal with bare hands until their fingertips bled. When accidents happened, a crushed limb, a fall into the gears, the newspapers called it tragedy. The mill owners called it unfortunate. The state called it progress. The justifications were endless. Economists said it built discipline. Priests said it saved souls from idleness.
Politicians said it strengthened the nation, and the orphanages said it gave their children purpose. In truth, it gave them none. The children were worked until they broke, then replaced by younger ones. Those who survived to adulthood were often crippled, their backs bent, lungs scarred. Few married, fewer lived past 40. In 1852, a mill owner was asked in court whether he felt guilt. He replied, "We give them food, clothing, and the chance to work. What more could a pauper want?" It was the same justification used for every system of exploitation before and after, that survival was mercy enough. By the late 19th century, the Industrial Revolution had transformed the world, but at an immeasurable cost. The wealth of nations was built on the bones of the voiceless. Statues were erected for inventors and entrepreneurs, but not for the children who kept their machines alive. In 1862, one of the last surviving factory orphans, a woman named Sarah Dobson, testified before a reform committee. "I remember the noise and the heat and the smell of oil. I was 8 when they sent me. I thought I would learn a trade. I learned only how to endure." Her testimony helped pass yet another reform law. But Sarah died 2 years later in a poorhouse. Another wheel turned, another life forgotten.
When the 20th century arrived, the factories grew cleaner, safer, and more automated. But the system endured in new forms: sweatshops in Asia, labor schools in Africa, and training programs for wards of the state. The geography changed, the principle did not. To this day, child labor remains hidden in the seams of global commerce, the same exploitation disguised by different words. The machine still hums, fueled by poverty and polished by denial. The orphans might now have names, but the system prefers they don't. The factory was never just a building. It was a philosophy. That suffering could be turned into value. That every cry could be translated into productivity. That philosophy has outlived every reform, every apology, every generation. At dawn, when the world is quiet, listen closely. You might still hear it, that faint whistle calling the orphans to work, the rhythm of boots on cobblestone, the distant churning of machines that have long since rusted away. The sound is older than iron and newer than memory. It is the hum of progress, built upon pain. The factories are museums now. The orphanages are ruins. But if you look closely at the walls, you'll see faint handprints in the brick dust, the marks of children who once tried to steady themselves against the machine. They were told they were the future. Instead, they became the fuel. The world was on fire again. Smoke rose from the ruins of cities that had once been proud: London, Warsaw, Dresden, Tokyo. The air trembled with the sound of sirens and shattering glass. The ground shook with artillery and grief. And when the guns fell silent, when the flags were raised and the speeches made, the earth whispered what everyone already knew. The war was over, but the children were not saved. Welcome, traveler, to the age of the broken letters, when orphans filled the ruins of nations, and every promise of peace was written on paper that never reached them.
The First World War began in 1914 and ended with more than 10 million dead. But its truest victims were the ones too small to hold rifles. Across Europe, millions of children were left without fathers, thousands without mothers, and countless without names. They wandered through rubble, through
through hunger, through silence. In France, they called them les orphelins de guerre, war orphans. In Germany, they were Kriegswaisen. In Russia, they were simply besprizernaya, the nameless, the unsheltered. Governments, churches, and charities rushed to claim them. Posters showed smiling children wrapped in flags, begging for donations. But the orphanages themselves told another story. Overcrowded, disease-ridden, haunted by shell shock and malnutrition. In 1918, the British government estimated 300,000 war orphans within its borders. In Russia, after the Revolution and Civil War, the number soared to 7 million. These were not children who had been abandoned. They were children whom civilization itself had abandoned. In the smoldering aftermath of the Great War, cities became graveyards of childhood. In Belgium, children scavenged through bombed-out houses for food, sleeping beneath the skeletons of churches. In Austria, famine swept through orphanages. Officials reported that infants were fed watered-down soup and stale bread, dying peacefully in their sleep. In one report from Vienna, a nurse wrote, "They die quietly, always quietly. It is the silence that makes it unbearable." Across Eastern Europe, political borders shifted faster than the orphanages could keep up. Children who spoke one language found themselves declared foreigners overnight. Nationality, religion, even parentage became questions no one could answer. Charities like the Save the Children Fund and the Red Cross established emergency homes, feeding centers, and refugee orphanages. Their efforts saved thousands, but for every child rescued, another vanished into the gray machinery of survival, into labor camps, into trafficking networks, into graves marked unknown.
Nowhere was the catastrophe more visible than in Russia, where war, revolution, and famine collided into a single storm. By 1921, millions of orphaned and homeless children roamed the countryside, forming gangs that raided trains and villages for food. They were called bezprizorniki, a word that meant both unattended and forsaken. The new Soviet government saw them as both a tragedy and an opportunity. Lenin called for re-education through labor, creating institutions known as children's colonies. The colonies promised shelter, food, and ideological purity. But inside, conditions were grim: overcrowded barracks, disease, violence, and indoctrination. Children were taught that the state was their parent, that comradeship replaced family, and that loyalty was the highest virtue. In one colony, a teacher wrote, "They learned to salute before they learned to read." The experiment produced obedient citizens, but broken souls. The state had replaced the orphanage and made orphans of a generation. If the First War created orphans by accident, the Second World War created them by design. From 1939 to 1945, the machinery of death reached industrial scale. Entire families disappeared overnight, in bombings, in camps, in forced relocations. Children became currency in the politics of race, nation, and ideology. In Nazi Germany, the regime established a network of Lebensborn homes designed to breed racially pure children and to kidnap Aryan-looking ones from occupied territories. Over 200,000 children were stolen from Poland, Ukraine, and Czechoslovakia, renamed, baptized into German families, and taught to forget their origins. After the war, few could be found. Fewer still could remember who they were. Meanwhile, in the ghettos and concentration camps, children were not spared. The Holocaust claimed over 1.5 million Jewish children. Those who survived
did so by hiding in cellars, forests, or false identities. When liberation came, they were pulled from the ruins, blinking in disbelief. Some remembered their names, some did not. Many had forgotten how to speak.
Even among the victors, the scars ran deep. In Britain, the Blitz left tens of thousands of children orphaned. Government programs evacuated more than 3 million from London and other cities to the countryside. Some found kindness, others found cruelty. The billeting system placed children with host families, many of whom saw them as intrusions or unpaid help. Letters home were censored for morale. Parents often received only official notices. Your child is safe. But safety, as always, was relative. When the war ended, some children returned to find their parents' homes bombed flat. Others came back to strangers, new families, new names. The government called it a success story. The children called it exile. In the ashes of Eastern Europe, orphanages overflowed. In Poland, entire villages of children survived the camps, only to be herded into state-run homes. In Hungary, in Romania, communist regimes turned orphanages into instruments of indoctrination. Children were divided by ideology, their parents' political affiliations recorded in ledgers. In Romania, under Nicolae Ceausescu decades later, this system metastasized into something monstrous. To increase population and power, the regime banned contraception and abortion, promising that every child would be cared for by the state. The result were tens of thousands of abandoned infants crowded into filthy orphanages. When the Iron Curtain fell in 1989, journalists discovered these hidden horror houses. Skeletal children tied to beds, covered in sores, rocking silently in rhythm with despair. The world called it shocking. History called it inevitable. War creates silence. It swallows words before they reach their destination. In archives and attics across Europe, there remain thousands of letters written by orphans during both world wars to parents who would never read them. One from 1943 found in Warsaw. "Mama, they took Papa away. The lady says I must be brave. I am brave now. Please send bread." Another written in childish French. "Mon cher père, je dors dans l'école. Les bombes font le bruit du tonnerre. Quand reviendrais-tu?" "My dear father, I sleep in the school. The bombs sound like thunder. When will you come back?" They were never delivered. They were found decades later in the ruins of post offices, sealed by time, each envelope a ghost.
After the Second World War, a new migration began, not of soldiers, but of children. Refugee trains crossed Europe, carrying orphans from the wreckage to new countries, new lives. In France, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United States, humanitarian groups organized adoptions of war orphans. Many were genuine rescues, but others blurred into abductions, trafficking, and political manipulation. Jewish survivors were sometimes placed with Christian families who refused to return them to relatives. Eastern European children were adopted into Western countries as propaganda victories, proof that the capitalist world was generous. Each child became a symbol before they became a person again. One boy, rescued from a bombed-out orphanage in Berlin, was adopted by an American family and renamed David. In adulthood, he discovered his birth name was David Levin, his family murdered in Auschwitz. He said, "They saved me, but they also erased me. I am grateful and empty at the same time." The post-war years saw an explosion of international charities and child welfare organizations. UNICEF was born in 1946. Adoption agencies multiplied. Aid, became industry. But even mercy can be militarized. In the early years of the Cold War, orphan relief became a tool of ideology. The West paraded its compassion, the East flaunted its social order, and in the middle stood the children, silent witnesses of competing gods. In Korea and later Vietnam, war would again produce orphans by the tens of thousands. Western soldiers and missionaries rescued mixed-race children from the ruins, flying them to the United States and Europe in operations like Baby Lift. For some, it was salvation. For others, it was another exile, another name erased, another identity rewritten in foreign ink. Long after the wars ended, the orphans remained. They became adults with questions no one could answer. Who were my parents? What was my name? Why was I left behind?
Governments lost records, churches denied them. Adoption papers were sealed. Only in the twilight of their lives did some learn the truth, through DNA tests, archives, and long-buried documents. But the truth is not always merciful. For many, it reopened wounds that had never healed. In 2012, a survivor of the Warsaw Ghetto orphanage visited the ruins where she once played. She was 87. She placed a small letter, yellowed with age, on the stone foundation. It read simply, "I have lived, but the child I was did not." Walk through the museums of war today, and you will find glass cases filled with children's belongings, shoes, dolls, letters, photographs. Each is a fragment of a story unfinished. Each is a testimony to the resilience of innocence in the face of annihilation. But the true archives of orphanhood are not in museums. They are in the silences between generations, in families that never were, in lullabies that were never sung. Every orphan of war is a question that humanity still cannot answer. How many times can we rebuild without first remembering who we broke? In the ruins of old cities, under the rebuilt streets and parks, the earth still keeps its records. Bones, letters, toys, the quiet archaeology of compassion lost. The letters that never reached their homes now rest in museums and memory. They are unreadable to those who refuse to see, but to those who listen, they speak clearly. They say, "We were here." They say, "You built your peace upon our silence." And they say, "Do not forget us again." The guns had gone silent. The ruins were being rebuilt. Flags rose again over capitals that had once been craters. And in the classrooms of the new world, the chalkboards were wiped clean, ready to be written upon. But not all classrooms were built to teach. Some were built to erase. Welcome, traveler, to the shadow schools, the orphanages of ideology, where nations learned that molding a child was more efficient than conquering an army. The battlefield had changed. The war for the mind had begun.
After the devastation of the Second World War, the world divided itself between two ideologies: East and West, communism and capitalism, control and freedom. Both sides spoke of rebuilding, of educating a new generation for peace. But beneath the slogans lay a shared obsession. Whoever controlled the children controlled the future. The orphanages of the post-war world were no longer places of charity. They became instruments of ideology, laboratories for producing model citizens, loyal soldiers, and obedient believers. The methods differed. The goal was the same: reshape the human soul. Governments that had once relied on religion now trusted psychology. Churches that had once ruled through fear now ruled through faith and nationalism intertwined. The orphan became a blank slate, a vessel for utopia. In Soviet Russia, the word orphan became political. To be a child without parents was not merely a tragedy, it was an opportunity for the state. The bezprizorniki of the 1920s had already been absorbed into the system, transformed into disciplined Soviet youth. Now, in the post-war years, the machine of re-education was perfected. The state-run orphanages were called internati, institutions that combined school, dormitory, and ideological training center. Every child's life followed the rhythm of the collective. Wake up to the national anthem, march to breakfast, attend lessons in Marxism-Leninism, recite oaths of loyalty to the motherland. On the walls hung portraits of Lenin, Stalin, and later Khrushchev. The Bible was forbidden. The family declared a bourgeois relic. A child who cried for his mother was told, "The party is your mother now." Patriotism replaced affection. Obedience replaced imagination. The children were raised not to question, but to serve. At night, they sang songs about unity and sacrifice, their voices echoing through the corridors like hymns to ideology. And when they slept, they dreamed not of parents or home, but of glory and flags.
Every Soviet orphan aspired to join the Young Pioneers, the youth organization that promised belonging in exchange for loyalty. They wore red scarves and carried notebooks emblazoned with Lenin's face. In ceremonies, they swore the oath, "I will always be faithful to my people, to my country, and to the teachings of Lenin." For the orphans, the pioneers offered something intoxicating: structure, identity, and love dressed in collective uniform. They were told that their parents' deaths were noble sacrifices, that their own obedience was repayment. Many believed it, some didn't. But disbelief was dangerous. Those who questioned authority were sent to special schools, euphemisms for reformatory orphanages, institutions of punishment disguised as education. The walls were whitewashed, the discipline absolute. The children learned early that silence was safety. In Maoist China, ideology reached a fever pitch. The Cultural Revolution, 1966 to 1976, tore families apart. Children were encouraged to denounce parents as counter-revolutionaries. Thousands of orphans were created not by death, but by politics. The state took them in, renamed them, and raised them as Hong Hai-ji, or Red Children. In the orphanages of the era, Mao's little red book replaced storybooks. Every morning began with readings from his quotations. Loyalty to Chairman Mao is the greatest love. To rebel is justified. The children learned that emotion was weakness, that devotion was strength. Some were trained to become child heroes, paraded in newspapers as proof of socialist virtue. One boy, orphaned during a purge, became famous for writing an essay titled, "My Father is the Revolution." He received medals and applause. He died at 15, reportedly of exhaustion. In the decades that followed, those institutions softened, but the legacy endured. A generation raised to replace affection with ideology, to see the collective as family, and love as a distraction from duty.
While the East perfected its collective orphanages, the West built its own shadow schools, not in name, but in spirit. In the United States, Canada, and Western Europe,
Post-war orphanages were infused with patriotism, religion, and conformity. The children were taught to fear communism as a disease of the soul. Freedom was their new catechism. At institutions like Boys Town in Nebraska and the Home for Little Wanderers in Boston, orphaned and displaced children were raised under strict moral codes. They pledged allegiance each morning, attended chapel at noon, and worked in the afternoons for character building. The rhetoric of love was constant, the practice of control just as constant. Psychologists were brought in to correct deviant tendencies, usually defined as emotional outbursts, imagination, or dissent. Counselors kept charts ranking children by obedience. Those at the bottom were isolated or transferred to reform schools. The language of ideology was subtler than in the East, but no less pervasive. Every hymn, every flag, every sermon whispered the same message: belong or be forgotten. No place embodied the orphan of ideology more starkly than Korea. After the War of 1950 to 1953, the peninsula lay divided, north and south, mirror images of devotion and control. Both sides built orphanages filled with the children of war, propaganda, and hunger. In the north, Kim Il-sung's regime created children's palaces, vast institutions where orphans were raised to worship the leader as a living god. Photographs show rows of children bowing to his portrait, chanting songs of gratitude. They were fed, clothed, and taught that their parents had died for his love. When they drew pictures of families, they drew him at the center. In the South, American missionaries established homes for war babies, especially those fathered by U.S. soldiers. The children of mixed race were often ostracized, too foreign for Korean society, too Korean for America. Many were sent overseas for adoption, part of what later became known as the Korean adoption wave. Each child carried a new name, a new passport, and a lifelong question: where do I belong?
In parts of Latin America, ideology took a different form: religion fused with politics. In Franco's Spain, orphanages doubled as Catholic training grounds for obedience to God and the state. Boys were taught discipline and nationalism. Girls were trained in piety and domesticity. Children of political prisoners were secretly taken from their mothers and raised as true Spaniards, their birth records falsified. When democracy returned decades later, thousands of families discovered that their children had been stolen in the name of faith and order. In Argentina, during the military dictatorship of the 1970s, the story repeated itself. Pregnant political prisoners were executed after giving birth, their babies given to military families to raise as loyal citizens. Years later, the Abuelas de Plaza, de Mayo, the grandmothers of the plaza, began the search that continues even today. DNA tests have reunited over 130 of those stolen children with their families. The rest remain lost, in plain sight, adults unaware of who they truly are. Whether draped in red flags or crosses, whether called school, orphanage, or youth camp, the goal was the same: control through conditioning. The mind became the new frontier. The orphan, the child without ties, became the perfect test subject. The classrooms were filled not with laughter, but with ideology. Maps replaced lullabies. Portraits replaced parents. The children learned to sing for leaders instead of love. And yet, within these systems, small rebellions endured. A smuggled poem hidden inside a textbook. A whispered lullaby in a forbidden language. A child who refused to bow, who looked the portrait of the leader straight in the eyes. History rarely records those small acts, but they are the cracks through which humanity survived.
The orphanages of ideology produced loyal citizens, soldiers, priests, and workers. They also produced generations unable to trust love without obedience. When belief becomes armor, tenderness becomes a wound. Many of those children grew into adults who could not say the word home without flinching. For them, belonging had always meant surrender. Psychologists later studied them as subjects of ideological imprinting. The diagnosis was simple. The cure was not. You can free a body from a building. It takes a lifetime to free a mind from doctrine.
Today, the old internati, palaces, and seminaries are museums or ruins. Visitors walk through halls once filled with songs of devotion, unaware that each note was written by a child who never had a choice. The walls still hum faintly with their discipline, an invisible anthem of obedience. And somewhere in the dust of those classrooms lies the chalk of countless lessons erased and rewritten, generation after generation, until no one remembers what was first written there. The orphanages of ideology did not vanish with the Cold War. They simply changed their curriculum. Nationalism, conformity, corporate obedience. Every era finds a new way to teach children what to believe before they are old enough to ask why. But still, some refuse. In Russia, former children of the state formed associations to tell their stories, to reclaim the words they were taught to fear. In Argentina, the stolen grandchildren march beside the grandmothers, holding signs with their true names. In China, artists paint murals of faceless children beneath red banners, their silence now transformed into protest. And in every nation that once raised orphans for ideology, the same truth emerges. You can erase a name, but not a memory. The shadow schools may be empty now, but the ideology they taught lingers in the world, in how we raise, rank, and reward children. The lessons of obedience remain hidden beneath our systems of education and faith. And as long as power seeks to shape the soul, the orphan will remain its first and easiest student. The orphanages were closing. The iron beds were sold, the dormitories repainted, the wards renamed care homes. Newspapers declared that a new era of compassion had begun. No more cold halls or numbered children, they said. The age of family had arrived. But the truth, as ever, hid behind good intentions. For when the world grew tired of cages, it built prettier ones. Welcome, traveler, to the golden cages, the glittering age of adoption, where love became industry and belonging came with a price.
In the mid-20th century, adoption was reborn. It had existed for centuries, of course. Emperors and nobles had adopted heirs. Churches had rescued foundlings. But now, adoption became modern, scientific, and moralized. It promised to solve two social problems at once: infertility among the middle class and illegitimacy among the poor. It was a transaction cloaked in virtue. The child was no longer a burden to the state, they were a blessing to a family. Governments encouraged it, churches sanctified it, agencies advertised it. And behind the paperwork, the same old machinery of control began to hum again. The orphanage directors who had once supplied factories now supplied families. The product had changed. The principle had not. In post-war America, adoption was built on secrecy.
states passed sealed record laws that erased a child's original name and birth parents from public record. A new birth certificate was issued, a new identity, new history, new truth. The adoptive parents were told this was necessary for the child's protection. The birth mothers were told it was for closure. The children were told nothing. The result was an entire generation of invisible pasts. Children grew up never knowing who they were, where they came from, or why they were chosen. When they asked questions, they were met with the same refrain. You're special. You were chosen. But even gifts have price tags, and chosen things can be unchosen. In the 1950s and 60s, adoption was marketed as the perfect answer to social anxiety. Families posed for magazine covers, smiling beside new sons and daughters as if they had purchased happiness by mail order. Behind the photographs, many of those children wrestled with a quieted truth, the ache of belonging nowhere. As demand for adoptable children grew, so did supply. And wherever supply meets demand, commerce follows. Private agencies began charging fees for placement services. Hospitals and maternity homes partnered with adoption brokers. Unmarried mothers were encouraged and sometimes coerced to surrender their babies. In Ireland, Canada, Australia, and the United States, young women who became pregnant out of wedlock were sent to mother and baby homes. There, under the supervision of nuns or social workers, they gave birth in secret. Their babies were taken away, often without consent, and sold or placed with respectable families. The women were told it was for the best, that their sin would be washed away by silence. The children were told they were orphans. Neither story was true. In the Bethany home in Dublin, records show infants dying at rates triple that of the national average. In some cases, adoption papers were falsified, death certificates issued for children who were very much alive, sent abroad under new names. Those ghost children would grow up in Boston, London, and Sydney, unaware that their mothers still prayed for them in empty chapels. By the 1960s, adoption had gone international. War, poverty, and politics created a new global market for compassion. In South Korea, Vietnam, India, and later Ethiopia, agencies and missionaries offered Western families the chance to rescue children from hardship. It was the beginning of what journalists would call the global orphan trade. The image was irresistible, the suffering child from the East, saved by the love of the West. Airplanes full of infants, journalists snapping photographs, politicians shaking hands on the tarmac. The headlines read, "Operation Baby Lift brings hope to orphans of war." But the reality was far less pure. Many of those children were not orphans at all. They had parents, poor, displaced, or deceived, who believed they were sending their children to temporary safety. When the war ended, the paperwork was gone. The children scattered across continents. Families searched for years, sending letters to embassies that were never answered. The bureaucratic void was as deep as any grave. No nation embodied this new era more than South Korea, which became the largest exporter of children in the world after the Korean War. Between 1953 and 2000, over 200,000 Korean children were adopted overseas, mostly to the United States, Canada, and Europe. The government encouraged it as population control and diplomacy. Adoption agencies, both religious and private, handled the logistics. Infants were labeled abandoned, even when their parents were alive but impoverished. The agencies profited, the state saved money, the West applauded its own generosity.
Decades later, many of those adoptees returned as adults, searching for their birth families. Most found empty addresses and sealed records. One adoptee, interviewed in Seoul, said quietly, "They told me I was saved. But from what? From who? For every smiling photograph of reunion, there are 100 stories of unanswered questions. The trade in compassion left invisible scars, not on the bodies of children, but on the maps of their hearts. Behind every adoption file lies another story, that of the mothers who disappeared from the narrative. In the Magdalene Laundries of Ireland, unwed mothers labored under the belief that their shame could be washed away through penance. Their infants were taken by priests and social workers, adopted by American families for donations. In Australia, similar institutions ran until the 1970s, part of what became known as the forced adoption scandal. Women were sedated during birth, their signatures forged or coerced. When they awoke, their babies were gone. For decades, they carried that silence like a stone. Only in the 21st century did governments begin to acknowledge the crimes. In 2013, Australian Prime Minister Julia Gillard issued an apology to those mothers, saying, "We acknowledge the profound grief, the lifelong pain caused by practices that were unethical, immoral, and wrong." The applause in Parliament could not drown out the sound of the women's tears. In the bureaucratic labyrinth of modern adoption, paper became more powerful than blood. Documents defined reality. A forged certificate could make a living child legally dead or a child with parents legally parentless. The state's word was absolute. In Guatemala, during the 1990s, demand for international adoptions skyrocketed. Criminal networks falsified birth records, abducted children from poor families, and sold them to foreign agencies. Investigators later uncovered price lists. Healthy infants fetched thousands of dollars, older children slightly less. Each file bore the same phrase, "Abandoned child, no known relatives."
The paperwork was immaculate. The truth was not. The same patterns appeared in Ethiopia, Nepal, Cambodia, and Romania, countries where poverty and corruption turned orphans into commodities. To question the system was to be accused of cynicism. After all, who would doubt the purity of saving a child? The paradox of adoption is that it sells what cannot be sold: love, family, identity. The orphan becomes both symbol and product, the embodiment of innocence packaged for redemption. And in that packaging, something essential is always lost. For the adoptee, belonging comes with conditions: gratitude, compliance, silence. Those who struggle with identity are told they should be thankful. Those who search for their origins are accused of betrayal. The cage is lined with gold, but it is a cage nonetheless. Psychologists call it adoptive dissonance, the invisible tension between love received and love erased. The adoptees call it something simpler: the feeling that my life started halfway through the story. In recent decades, a quiet rebellion has begun. Adult adoptees have formed networks across continents, tracing families through DNA databases and digital archives. They write memoirs, make films, hold vigils in airports and cemeteries. Their message is not against adoption, it is against amnesia. In South Korea, adoptees gather each year on Homecoming Day, holding candles for those who will never find their mothers. In Ireland, survivors of forced adoptions have forced the government to open the archives of the mother and baby homes. In the United States, adoptees lobby for the right to access their original birth certificates to reclaim the truth of their own existence. Every name rediscovered is a victory. Every record unsealed, a resurrection.
Adoption was meant to end the era of orphanages, but in many ways it only disguised it. The institutions still exist, cleaner, quieter, wrapped in the language of care. Behind every smiling photograph, behind every chosen child, lies a question older than law or religion.
What does it mean to belong? For some, adoption is salvation. For others, it is displacement wrapped in kindness. But for all, it is proof that love, when institutionalized, becomes a system, and every system eventually forgets its heart. The golden cages remain, gleaming under the light of good intentions, and if you listen closely, you might still hear what the children inside them whisper at night. Thank you for saving me. Now, can you tell me who I am? The air inside was cold and still. It smelled of candle wax, iron and stone, the perfume of faith and fear mixed together. From outside, the convents looked peaceful. White walls, tidy gardens, bells ringing for prayer. But inside, the silence was heavy, not sacred, but suffocating. It was the silence of secrets too heavy to confess. Welcome, traveler, to the walls of silence, where the church, in the name of mercy, became both sanctuary and prison. Here, compassion was measured in obedience, and sin was punished not with damnation, but with labor. For centuries, the church had been the keeper of the lost, the guardian of widows, orphans, and the abandoned. In every Christian empire, from Rome to Dublin, from Quebec to Manila, its convents and monasteries offered refuge. But refuge has always been a word with two meanings. To the faithful, it meant safety. To the forsaken, it meant captivity. Behind these holy doors, countless children grew up believing that God had chosen their suffering for a purpose. And those who dared to question that purpose were reminded that obedience was salvation. The priests spoke of charity. The nuns spoke of sacrifice. The walls spoke of neither.
In Ireland, the Church's grip was absolute. For more than a century, beginning in the mid-1800s, young women, and sometimes their children, were confined in what were called Magdalene Laundries. Officially, they were places of repentance for fallen women, those who had borne children out of wedlock or were simply accused of impropriety. In reality, they were prisons disguised as convents. The laundries were run by religious orders, the Sisters of Mercy, the Good Shepherds, the Sisters of Charity. The women and girls inside worked long hours washing clothes for hotels, hospitals, and the wealthy. Their hands cracked and bled from lye. Their backs ached from hauling wet linen. They were forbidden to speak during labor, forbidden to look in mirrors, forbidden to use their own names. Many brought babies with them, infants born in shame, baptized in secrecy, and then taken away. The mothers never knew where their children went. Sometimes they were told the baby had been adopted. Sometimes they were told the baby had died. They rarely saw proof of either. When graves were uncovered decades later behind the convent walls, the truth surfaced. Hundreds of infants buried in unmarked plots, their existence erased as sin. One survivor said simply, "We were told God was love, but his house had no windows." Ireland was not alone. Across Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, religious orphanages multiplied through the 19th and 20th centuries. They promised to civilize, educate, and save. But inside those stone walls, charity often wore the mask of cruelty. In Scotland, at the Nazareth House institutions, children described being beaten with crucifixes, starved for minor mistakes, and forced to kneel on concrete floors for hours. In Canada, the Mount Cashel orphanage in Newfoundland became infamous for decades of abuse by the Christian Brothers. When survivors finally spoke out in the 1980s, they described horrors that had been buried beneath confessions and threats. One man said, "They told us we were lucky to have a roof over our heads. I would have rather slept in the rain." And in Australia, the Good Shepherd homes mirrored the Magdalene system.
Young girls scrubbing floors until their knees bled told that each blister was a prayer. The faith that was meant to comfort the broken instead sanctified their breaking.
Inside the church's orphanages, sin was everywhere, or so the children were told. Sin lived in laughter, in curiosity, in hunger, in the simple act of asking why. And sin required penance. The punishments were ritualistic. Children forced to fast for days to purify their souls. Girls who spoke after lights out made to stand all night in chapel, holding candles that burned their fingers. Boys who disobeyed were beaten in front of statues of saints, as if holiness itself demanded witness. The priests called it discipline. The nuns called it salvation. The children called it God's wrath. Many grew up unable to separate faith from fear. They crossed themselves at thunderclaps, apologized for smiling, whispered prayers before sleep long after leaving the church, not out of devotion, but habit, born of terror. The church's power lay not only in faith, but in silence. Its institutions thrived on secrecy, sealed records, hidden graves, vanished children. In Ireland, more than 60,000 women and girls passed through Magdalene Laundries before the last one closed in 1996. In Canada, entire generations of Indigenous children were taken from their families and placed in residential schools run by priests and nuns. See Chapter 5. Their language, culture, and identities were stripped away for their salvation. In Spain, under Franco's regime, the church conspired with doctors and officials to steal babies from undeserving mothers and place them with loyal Catholic families. The stolen children grew into adults with false birth certificates and true emptiness. The pattern was universal. The church claimed guardianship of souls while claiming ownership of bodies. And whenever the world questioned its cruelty, it replied with Scripture. To understand these crimes, one must understand their theology. The church believed it was saving souls, not harming bodies. Suffering was not seen as evil, it was purification. The children and women in its care were taught that pain was holy, that obedience was redemption, that silence was virtue.
It was a logic as old as the cross. Christ suffered. Therefore, suffering was sacred. But when suffering becomes sacred, cruelty becomes divine. And divine cruelty is the most dangerous kind. When whispers of abuse began to emerge, first in Ireland, then in America, then across the world, the church's first instinct was not repentance, but preservation. Complaints were handled internally. Priests accused of violence or sexual assault were quietly moved to new parishes. Victims were silenced with threats, shame, or settlements. In the archives of dioceses later unsealed by investigators, letters reveal the language of bureaucracy masking sin. Father X has shown imprudent behavior. Recommend reassignment. Matter resolved with discretion. No scandal. The Vatican called it protection of the Church's integrity. The faithful called it betrayal. In 2002, after a wave of revelations in Boston, the world saw how deep the rot had spread. Dozens of priests, hundreds of victims, thousands of pages of documents, all pointing to the same conclusion. Silence was policy. And the walls that had once been built to keep sin out had long been keeping truth in. Even after leaving the orphanages, many survivors carried invisible wounds. They struggled to trust, to love, to believe in anything, especially God. For some, the church remained both their abuser and their only community. They attended Mass out of habit, praying for forgiveness they did not owe. For others, the sight of a cross was enough to reopen every wound.
One survivor of a Catholic orphanage in Scotland said, "They stole God from me. They made him look like them." Yet some still found faith, not in the institution, but in the idea that mercy could exist without power. They became advocates, writers, voices for those who could not speak. And in their courage, the Church's silence began to crack.
The 21st century brought truth to the altar. Commissions of inquiry in Ireland, Canada, Australia, and beyond revealed decades of systemic abuse. The Ryan Report, 2009, and the Mother and Baby Homes Report, 2021, documented crimes so vast that language itself seemed to fail. Tens of thousands of children beaten, exploited, assaulted, and buried. Hundreds of institutions complicit. The Church, once untouchable, now stood in the shadow of its own gospel. When Pope Francis visited Ireland in 2018, survivors confronted him in public. One woman handed him a letter that read, "You preach forgiveness, but who will forgive you?" He bowed his head. He spoke of sorrow. He did not speak of justice. Today, the orphanages of the Church stand empty or repurposed. Museums, luxury apartments, or ruins reclaimed by ivy. Their chapels echo with tourists' footsteps. Their altars remain immaculate, though their history is not. Plaques mark the sites of mass graves with phrases like, "In memory of the lost souls." The irony is unbearable. They were not lost. They were taken. The survivors, now elderly, gather each year at those sites, lighting candles not for redemption, but remembrance. They pray not for forgiveness, but for witness. Because in the end, it was never about faith or sin. It was about power. And when power wears the face of holiness, even the innocent begin to doubt their own innocence. If you stand today in one of those chapels, the kind that once echoed with hymns and weeping, you may hear nothing. But listen closer. You might catch the faint hum of prayers that were never answered, the sound of footsteps that never left. The silence is no longer sacred. It is testimony. And in that silence, the walls whisper the same confession over and over. "Forgive us, Father, for we knew exactly what we did."
The past has a strange habit. It never truly dies, it only hides. Behind walls, in boxes, beneath floors, under earth. And for those who built the orphan asylums, who profited from them, who justified them in the name of salvation, hiding became an art. Welcome, traveler, to the lost archives, the graveyards of paper and truth. Here, history was not written, it was buried alive. When the world began to change, when the wars ended, the newspapers turned and compassion became fashionable again, those who ran the old institutions understood something terrifying. The only thing more dangerous than guilt is proof. And so, they built a system of erasure, not by fire and destruction alone, but by bureaucracy. A missing record here, a rewritten ledger there, a new law passed to protect privacy, a committee formed to streamline archives. By the mid-20th century, orphanages across Europe and North America had begun quietly closing their doors. Their directors retired, their staff dispersed, their buildings sold. But the records,
The admissions ledgers, the medical logs, the death certificates did not follow the children. They vanished into vaults, labeled confidential. The state called it administration. The church called it protection. The children called it disappearance. Nowhere is the story clearer than in Ireland, that island of saints and secrets. When investigators in the 1990s began to examine the legacy of the Magdalene Laundries and mother and baby homes, they expected to find archives, records of births, baptisms, adoptions. What they found instead was emptiness. Boxes labeled destroyed by order, ledgers burned for storage space, files lost in relocation, letters missing from record. At the Bon Secours home in Tuam, County Galway, the truth emerged not from paper, but from the ground. A local historian, Catherine Corliss, discovered death certificates for 796 children, but no burial records. The church claimed the records were incomplete. The excavation told another story. Beneath a concrete slab, workers found a network of chambers, once part of a sewage system, filled with tiny bones. The paperwork had vanished, but the bodies remained. The soil kept better records than the state.
The Catholic Church, with its vast global presence, perfected the art of preservation and concealment. In the Vatican, archives stretching back centuries lie behind locked doors, accessible only to a chosen few. Among the parchment of popes and decrees are documents the world may never see, internal reports, complaints from orphanages, confessions of priests, letters from nuns who dared to question. When inquiries in Ireland, Canada, and the United States requested access, the Vatican responded with courtesy and deflection. Such documents are of ecclesiastical nature. Local dioceses retain their own records. The Holy See is not in possession of relevant material. And so, the paper walls remained intact, not by accident, but by design. The Church's archive is not a library. It is a fortress built from silence. Governments, too, learned to bury truth in plain sight. When the Church ran the orphanages, the state paid the bills. When the scandals broke, the state shared the blame. And when survivors demanded records, both institutions discovered a remarkable convenience. Neither could locate them. In Britain, thousands of case files from the child migrant programs were destroyed in the 1980s, officially to protect privacy. In Canada, residential school documents were shredded after the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was announced. In Australia, the government admitted to losing entire decades of adoption and asylum records. The same excuse appeared again and again, written in bureaucratic monotone. Due to the passage of time, some documentation cannot be found. As if time itself were the guilty party. But time does not destroy selectively. Only intention does. The conspiracy of erasure did not require villains in shadowy rooms. It required clerks, secretaries, archivists, people doing their jobs. A signature here, a stamp there, a file labeled "Do Not Disclose," a memo marked "For internal review only." One archivist from Dublin, years after retirement, confessed anonymously, "We were told the past was dangerous, that if these papers were made public, it would destroy faith. So we destroyed the papers instead." In the corridors of administration, morality is measured in compliance, and compliance can bury 1,000 lives without a single grave. By the late 20th century, the privatization of care had created new gatekeepers of information, charities, NGOs, and adoption agencies.
Each kept its own records, donor lists, case files, contracts, often protected by confidentiality clauses. When survivors of forced adoptions or institutional abuse requested their files, they were told those documents were not theirs to access. One adoptee wrote to a religious charity in London asking for her birth mother's name. The reply came swiftly. "We regret to inform you that this information is restricted under data protection laws." The same law that was meant to protect her privacy was now protecting the system's secrecy. The golden cages of Chapter 11 had evolved into golden vaults. The suppression of evidence went beyond papers and files. It extended into culture itself. Governments and churches launched public relations campaigns to rewrite history. Glossy magazines showing happy orphans, films celebrating adoption, textbooks that omitted abuse entirely. In 1955, an Irish documentary titled The Sisters of Compassion showed smiling children singing hymns under the supervision of nuns. Not one frame revealed the locked doors or the graveyards outside. In Canada, pamphlets described residential schools as a bridge to civilization. In Australia, the Christian Brothers advertised their homes as havens of hope. For decades, these images were accepted as truth. And by the time the real survivor spoke, the world had already decided what it wanted to believe.
Yet, truth has a way of leaking through even the tightest seals. In every country, a handful of individuals, journalists, historians, former clergy, survivors, refused to be silent. They smuggled files, photographed ledgers, hid copies in attics. They risked careers, excommunication, even their lives. One priest in Quebec copied thousands of records before his superiors could burn them. He sent them to the press with a note: "The Church forgives sins. History should not." Another whistleblower, a nurse in an Australian mother and baby home, revealed that adoption records had been falsified for decades. She later said in court, "I was told to shred everything. I shredded what I was told, but not what I could hide." It is because of people like her that fragments of truth still exist at all, charred, incomplete, but undeniable. Even now, in the age of databases and clouds, the old instinct survives. When survivors request access to their files, agencies cite data retention limits. When journalists investigate, servers crash, systems upgrade, archives migrate. Deletion is the modern purification. One Irish survivor, trying to trace her birth record online, received an automated message: "No matching data found." She stared at the screen and whispered, "Then who was I?" In the digital age, erasure no longer requires fire, only a click. What makes the lost archives so haunting is not only what they conceal, but what they reveal through their absence. A burned ledger tells a story just as a written one does. A blank page can testify louder than ink. In truth commissions and inquiries, investigators display these absences like relics. Black folders labeled "missing", lists of file numbers with "destroyed" written beside them, photographs of storage rooms, empty shelves stretching into darkness. They are the ruins of memory, the architecture of denial. And within them lies the measure of the world's cowardice, the willingness to forget for the sake of comfort.
But the orphans, the survivors, became their own archives. Their bodies remembered what the paper erased. Their voices became living records. When governments claimed there was insufficient documentation, survivors stood in rows and spoke their testimony. I was there. I saw. I remember. And when enough voices gathered, the silence cracked like old plaster. It is harder to bury 1,000 living memories than 1,000 pages. That is why every survivor's story matters.
It keeps the past from being rewritten again. Today, across the world, archivists and historians still sift through the debris of denial. In Ireland, sealed records remain locked despite court orders. In Canada, Indigenous communities continue to demand access to the church's archives of the residential schools. In Australia, families still search for adoption files hidden in diocesan basements. The institutions stall, delay, appeal, counting on the same weapon they've always wielded, time. They know that truth, too, can die of old age. But a new generation refuses to let it. Digital archives, survivor networks, grassroots databases, they rebuild what was destroyed, piece by piece. Each name restored is a small act of resurrection. Walk into an abandoned orphanage today, and you might see sunlight filtering through broken windows, dust drifting through the air like forgotten prayers. Somewhere beneath the floorboards lie papers too fragile to touch, lists of names, dates, diagnoses, punishments. The ink may have faded, but the truth remains legible to those willing to see it. The walls whisper the same refrain. They tried to bury us in silence, but silence is not soil. It cannot grow anything except ghosts. And those ghosts, of paper and flesh, of memory and guilt, have begun to speak again.
The modern orphanages, profit, policy, and the new machines of care. Even in the 21st century, the orphanage has not vanished. It has simply evolved, rebranded as child care institutions, fueled by funding and run by corporations that sell compassion by the hour.
In the 21st century, the word orphanage has all but vanished from official vocabulary. Governments now speak of child care centers, youth homes, or residential care facilities. International NGOs talk of child protection units. The buildings are cleaner, the reports thicker, the websites full of smiling faces. But behind those photographs, the structure remains eerily familiar. Rows of bunk beds, staff rotations, donor tours, children categorized, monitored, and sometimes forgotten in their own statistics. It is the same old story in a new font.
In the age of global philanthropy, compassion has become a lucrative industry. Billions of dollars circulate through the networks of NGOs, charities, and international aid agencies, all claiming to rescue children from poverty, disaster, or abandonment. The intentions are often sincere. The consequences? Catastrophic. According to UNICEF, there are more than 5.4 million children worldwide living in institutional care, yet over 80% of them have at least one living parent. They are not orphans, they're victims of economics, taken from families too poor to keep them, placed in institutions that thrive on foreign donations. Each child becomes an asset in a system that rewards visibility over impact. The more children a center claims to shelter, the more funding it receives. And so the orphanage, that supposed relic of history,
is quietly reborn as business. In the new world of humanitarianism, even the act of caring has been commodified. It has a name: voluntourism. Every year, thousands of well-meaning travelers from wealthy nations fly to places like Cambodia, Nepal, Uganda, or Haiti. They pay agencies thousands of dollars to volunteer with orphans. They pose for photos, play games, paint murals, post hashtags about hope. They leave with full hearts and empty understanding. The children learn quickly. Affection is temporary. Attention is transactional. They cry on cue, hug strangers, and wave goodbye knowing another busload will arrive next week. It is a cycle of dependency disguised as charity. In truth, the children become performers in a global theater of compassion. Investigations have revealed that in some countries, orphanages are deliberately stocked to meet volunteer demand. Agents persuade poor families to temporarily send their children for education, promising they will return with better opportunities. The children never return. The orphanage gets its funding, the tourists get their photographs, and the cycle continues.
Nowhere is this phenomenon clearer than in Cambodia, a country that emerged from genocide only to face a quieter exploitation. In 2005, there were fewer than 150 orphanages. By 2015, there were over 1,500, a tenfold increase, even though the number of true orphans had declined. The cause was not crisis, it was commerce. Foreign donations and volunteer programs turned childcare into profit. Children were taken from rural families, taught to perform dances for visitors, told to call every foreigner mama or papa. In 2017, the Cambodian government finally acknowledged the epidemic, calling many institutions fake orphanages. Yet by then, thousands of children had already grown up behind gates, their childhoods sold in pieces to well-meaning strangers. In Haiti, the 2010 earthquake devastated families and created a gold rush of compassion. Within months, hundreds of new orphanages appeared. Foreign aid poured in, adoption agencies multiplied overnight. But according to later audits, over 80% of children in those institutions were not orphans. Corruption flourished. Children were recruited from poor neighborhoods under promises of schooling. Some were trafficked across borders. Others died in neglect. When investigators asked why the government hadn't intervened, an official replied, "The people who run them are powerful. The people inside them are invisible." Even catastrophe became a business opportunity, and children, as always, were its raw material. Every industry needs its marketing. Modern orphanages have mastered theirs. Brochures and websites feature gleaming classrooms, gardens, and quotes from grateful children. Donors are told their contributions transform lives. Reports are filled with metrics, number of meals served, beds provided, children housed. But no statistic measures the hollow ache of growing up without a family. No data captures the quiet harm of being raised in an institution instead of a home. The world's leading child psychologists now agree institutionalization, no matter how kind, damages emotional development, stunts attachment, and increases the risk of lifelong trauma. The child's need for belonging cannot be industrialized. Yet the system keeps doing it because belonging does not generate quarterly reports. Numbers do.
In many nations, governments have outsourced child welfare to private contractors, corporations disguised as charities. These companies manage youth residential centers, often for-profit, funded by state subsidies. The logic is modern efficiency. The result is familiar neglect. In the United States, the private foster and group home industry has grown into a multi-billion-dollar enterprise.
Investigations revealed children placed in overcrowded facilities, medicated to maintain order, and shuffled between homes like inventory. In the UK, similar institutions run under public-private partnerships, where profit margins quietly dictate compassion. A leaked memo from one UK provider read, "Reduction in staffing improves efficiency metrics without compromising care outcomes." But what is a care outcome when a child cries alone in a locked room? The new machines of care hum quietly, driven not by faith or cruelty, but by balance sheets. It is bureaucracy, not belief, that breaks them now. As technology advances, even the orphanage adapts. Digital records replace paper files. Cameras monitor behavior. Algorithms predict risk factors. And somewhere, in the databases of global NGOs, each child becomes a data point, a statistic of salvation. Artificial intelligence promises smart orphanage management. Apps allow donors to track the children they sponsor, complete with photos and progress reports. But data cannot hug. Screens cannot nurture. And the children learn to smile on cue for another upload, another donation, another stranger's conscience soothed by a digital halo. What the modern world refuses to confront is that the orphan crisis is largely an illusion. In most developing countries, children in institutions are not orphans, but products of poverty, displacement, or systemic inequality. Their parents love them. They simply cannot afford to keep them. It is not abandonment. It is surrender to survival. But orphans attract funding. Poor families do not. And so the myth persists, a narrative too profitable to correct. Every poster, every campaign, every televised plea keeps the machine alive. A child's photograph can raise millions. Her actual life costs far less to maintain.
In recent years, activists and reformers have begun to challenge this cycle. Movements like deinstitutionalization now and Family First demand that governments redirect funds from orphanages to community-based care, supporting families rather than separating them. UNICEF now urges the closure of large institutions and the reintegration of children into kinship or foster networks. But change is slow. Every orphanage that closes risks offending donors. Every reform threatens the industry built on pity. And pity, unlike justice, is easy to sell. Still, progress flickers. In Nepal, grassroots organizations reunite families once divided by orphanage recruitment. In Uganda, local women's cooperatives build childcare programs that keep mothers and children together. In Eastern Europe, countries once infamous for brutal state institutions now dismantle them piece by piece. Each reunion, each reconnected family is a small act of rebellion against centuries of sanctified separation. The orphanage, like empire and religion before it, may never truly die. It will keep evolving into clinics, dormitories, rehabilitation centers, and youth development facilities. It will keep finding new ways to exist because society still prefers to institutionalize compassion rather than confront inequality. But perhaps the first step toward real mercy is honesty, to stop pretending these places are acts of love, to admit that they are monuments to our collective failure, that every institution built to save children was built to save us from our own discomfort. The walls are white now. The beds are stainless steel. The children smile for the camera. But if you look closely, behind those smiles, the same question still lingers.
the same one whispered through every century of this dark history. Am I loved or am I managed? The world may not like the answer.
The Forgotten Continents, Africa, Asia, and the Orphans of Empire's Afterlife. From colonial legacies to modern exploitation, the orphanages of the Global South became the new frontier of charity and the old playground of power. The empire was supposed to be over. Its flags were lowered, its soldiers withdrawn, its colonies declared free. But freedom, it turned out, was a word that could not feed the hungry or bury the dead. In the silence that followed the marching drums, the world's newest nations discovered an old inheritance: poverty, displacement, and children left behind. Welcome, traveler, to the Forgotten Continents, the lands where the empire's shadow never lifted, and where orphanages became the afterlife of colonial power. Here, mercy still speaks the language of empire, and every act of charity still sounds like a sermon. When the European powers withdrew from Africa and Asia in the mid-20th century, they left behind more than borders. They left behind institutions. Church-run schools, missionary hospitals, and homes for the destitute dotted the colonies like scars of benevolence. Built to convert, discipline, and control, these buildings outlived the empires that funded them. Their plaques were repainted, their crosses sometimes removed, their names softened from Mission Orphanage to Community Children's Home. But their walls remembered who they had been. In Kenya, India, Malaysia, Ghana, and the Philippines, these old colonial orphanages became the skeleton of modern welfare systems. Governments too poor to replace them adopted them instead, brick by brick, rule by rule. The result was not independence, it was inheritance. For centuries, European missionaries justified their presence in the colonies by invoking the burden of care. They claimed they were saving souls, feeding the poor, civilizing the savage. In truth, they were building networks of control, orphanages, schools, and hospitals that ensured the empire's moral authority long after its armies left. The orphan was their favorite subject, innocent, malleable, and symbolic. Every smiling photograph of a native child in clean white clothes was proof that civilization had worked. Every adopted convert was a small victory for God and empire alike. And when the flags changed, the same rhetoric remained. Now it was not about civilization, but development. Not salvation, but aid. The actors changed. The script did not.
After independence, many African and Asian nations faced catastrophic poverty, the direct legacy of centuries of extraction. Entire economies had been built around exporting raw materials and importing dependency. Colonial powers had drained wealth. Now they offered charity. Foreign aid poured in, often with strings attached. Western NGOs set up relief centers for children affected by famine, disease, or conflict. They built orphanages, schools, and missions once again, the same structures under different flags. And so the cycle began anew. The orphans of empire were now the orphans of globalization. In Ethiopia, the 1984 famine brought a wave of Western compassion. Cameras captured skeletal children, and the world sent money. Millions were saved, and millions more were institutionalized. When the crisis ended, the orphanages remained. Their existence required orphans to justify them. No nation illustrates this paradox more vividly than India, a land of staggering wealth and poverty, faith and contradiction, and a long history of child rescue. During the British Raj, Christian missions established hundreds of orphanages. They served not only the destitute, but also the untouchable castes, offering conversion as salvation. The British saw this as moral uplift. The locals saw it as spiritual colonization. After independence, the orphanages stayed. In the late 20th century, as global adoption surged, India became a hub for international agencies. Infants from poor families were declared abandoned and sent abroad, often without consent. Investigations in the 1980s revealed that several major orphanages were falsifying documents and pressuring impoverished mothers to surrender their babies. The government promised reform. The adoptions continued. In 2005, the Indian Supreme Court noted grimly, "There appears to be an industry of orphanages thriving on the export of children." The empire's trade routes had simply changed cargo.
In the 1990s and 2000s, a new catastrophe struck Africa. Not colonial armies this time, but the HIV/AIDS epidemic. It left millions of children without parents, families, or futures. The world responded with compassion and capital. Thousands of orphanages and care centers were built across the continent, funded by Western donors, faith groups, and celebrities. For a time, it seemed like salvation, but soon familiar patterns reappeared: mismanagement, neglect, corruption. The orphanages became warehouses of grief, some with hundreds of children and too few staff. In Malawi, audits found orphanages that existed only on paper, ghost institutions drawing funds from phantom children. In Uganda, investigations revealed that some orphanage directors used children to solicit donations, then pocketed the money. In Kenya, volunteers paid to help children who were never actually orphaned. A market built on pity had become a machine of exploitation. One Ugandan journalist called it bluntly, "They are selling sadness, and business is good." The missionaries of the 19th century came with crosses. The missionaries of the 21st come with cameras. Evangelical groups from the United States, South Korea, and Europe operate thousands of orphanages across the developing world. Many do good work, feeding, teaching, and protecting. But many others repeat the sins of their spiritual ancestors. They demand conversion as a condition of care. They parade children and churches to raise donations. They post images of crying infants online as proof of divine purpose. Some preach child sponsorship programs, $30 a month for a personal bond with a distant child. Sponsors receive letters, photos, updates. The child receives less than half of the money, if any at all. The charity becomes theater. The orphan, once again, the prop.
In parts of Nepal, Cambodia, Myanmar, and Indonesia, orphanages operate like small corporations. They employ recruiters who travel to rural areas, persuading parents to give up their children for education. The parents believe it's temporary. It rarely is. Some children end up in genuine care homes. Others are trafficked for labor, for sex, for profit. In 2010, after the Nepal earthquake, thousands of children disappeared into emergency orphanages. Many were later found in tourist centers, performing dances for donations. The tragedy of natural disaster had been converted into spectacle. It is one of history's most perverse equations. The poorer the country, the richer its orphan industry. What makes this exploitation endure is its vocabulary. No one says colonization anymore. They say development. No one says mission. They say humanitarian partnership. No one says child trade. They say international adoption. The words have changed. The hierarchy has not. The global North still plays savior. The global South still plays victim. The exchange remains the same: pity for power, children for conscience. Every orphanage built by foreign hands carries within it the old imperial logic that salvation flows only one way, that some lives are meant to be rescued and others meant to rescue. But across these continents, the orphans and the mothers who were told to forget them are fighting back. In Ethiopia,
Former orphans have created cooperatives to reunite families separated by international adoption. In Kenya, activists like Judy Kanyago campaign for community-based care that keeps children with relatives. In India, networks of women once shamed as unfit mothers now run their own childcare initiatives, small, local, self-funded. Their motto is simple: no child belongs to an institution. They are dismantling empire, one reunion at a time.
The orphanages of Africa and Asia stand at a crossroads between progress and repetition. Governments, pressured by global agencies, pledge to end institutionalization. But the reality is harder. Poverty, war, and corruption continue to feed the machine, and the world's appetite for charity remains insatiable. Still, there is hope in the unlikeliest places. A child reunited with her grandmother in Rwanda. A boy in Mumbai learning that his mother never abandoned him, only poverty did. A community in Cambodia shutting down its last orphanage and turning it into a school for families instead. These are not headlines. They are miracles. Quiet, small, and infinitely more revolutionary than any sermon or slogan. Empires fall, but the systems they build rarely do. They mutate, adapt, survive in the name of mercy. The orphanage is one such system, a relic of colonial control polished into modern philanthropy. From Calcutta to Kampala, from Manila to Maputo, the same story repeats. Children taken for their own good, donors assured of their righteousness, governments grateful for the aid. It is a chain forged not from cruelty, but from comfort, and comfort is harder to break than tyranny. But the truth, whispered across continents, grows louder each year. We do not need saving. We need remembering. The psychology of abandonment, the wounds that never heal. Beyond the walls and systems lies the invisible orphanage, the lifelong shadow inside every child who was told they were unwanted. The doors close, the papers are signed, the child is told it's for the best, and then the world moves on. But the child does not. For while orphanages can be emptied, adoption files sealed, and institutions demolished, the mind remembers what the body tries to forget. Welcome, traveler, to the psychology of abandonment, the hidden chapter of the orphan story, written not in ink or stone, but in the nervous system itself. This is the chapter without villains, without heroes, only echoes. The long echo of separation, the quiet hum of fear that never stops sounding.
Abandonment begins long before a child understands words. Psychologists call it primal trauma, the rupture of attachment. To an infant, the mother is not a person, but a world, warmth, rhythm, smell, safety. When that world disappears, the infant does not feel loss as adults do. They feel annihilation. In the sterile nurseries of the orphanages, from Dublin to Delhi, from New York to Nairobi, babies lay in rows, their cries unanswered. At first they screamed, then they whimpered, then they fell silent. Doctors once called this hospitalism or failure to thrive. Modern science calls it what it is: despair. Even when fed, even when cleaned, these infants often died. Not from hunger, but from loneliness. Touch, it turns out, is not optional. It is survival. Every unheld child is a study in how love is biological. As these children grew, the trauma did not fade. It changed shape. What had once been crying became vigilance. What had once been hunger became control.
The body of the abandoned child learns to expect danger in calm, loss in love, betrayal in kindness. Their nervous system lives in a perpetual state of waiting for footsteps, for rejection, for disappearance. This is why many survivors of institutions describe a strange paradox. They crave love, but cannot bear it. A hug feels like drowning. A promise feels like a trap. They flinch at affection, yet fear its absence. It is not ingratitude, it is conditioning. Neuroscience confirms what their hearts already knew. Early neglect rewires the brain. The amygdala, the organ of fear, grows hyperactive. The prefrontal cortex, the center of trust and empathy, struggles to regulate emotion. The orphanage, even when long gone, continues to live inside them.
Identity for the orphan is not built, it is borrowed. When there is no family to reflect your image, you learn to see yourself in the eyes of others. You become a mirror of expectation. In orphanages, children are praised for compliance, for gratitude, for politeness. They learn that love is earned through performance. They become experts at reading faces, adjusting their tone, being whatever the world needs them to be. It is survival by adaptation, the psychology of the chameleon. But such survival carries a cost. When everyone loves the version of you they've invented, you begin to wonder if you exist at all. Many former orphans describe this hollow dissonance, an ache of being known by everyone and understood by no one. Attachment theory, developed by psychologist John Bowlby, was born partly from the observation of institutionalized children. He discovered that love, or the lack of it, shapes every future relationship. Children deprived of stable caregivers often grew up with one of two responses: avoidance or anxious attachment. The avoidant ones built walls. They learned not to need anyone. They prized independence to the point of isolation. They told themselves, "I'm fine alone." But at night, the old fear returned, the fear of being forgotten. The anxious ones did the opposite. They clung too tightly, desperate for reassurance, terrified of loss. Love became a battlefield of contradictions. Don't leave me, but don't come too close. These patterns echo through adulthood, shaping marriages, friendships, even parenting. The abandoned often become both seeker and runner, drawn to love, allergic to it. For many raised in institutions, the greatest struggle is not tragedy, but normalcy. Ordinary life, family dinners, shared laughter, stability feels alien, even threatening. In the orphanage, routine meant control. Rules were punishment disguised as order. So when life outside offers predictability, it can trigger dread instead of comfort. Some sabotage peace before it can be taken away. They provoke rejection just to prove it was inevitable. This is not self-destruction, it is prophecy fulfilled. Better to burn the bridge yourself than to watch it collapse again. The psychologists call it trauma repetition. The survivors call it survival.
Every orphan, no matter how unjust their loss, carries a secret wound, the belief that they were unwanted for a reason. Children do not understand circumstance. They understand cause and effect. If I was left, it must be because I was unlovable. This shame seeps into every aspect of identity. It whispers during success, "You don't deserve this." It murmurs in intimacy, "They'll leave once they see the real you." It feeds the illusion that belonging must be earned, that love is a debt. Institutions reinforced this belief with sermons about humility and gratitude. "Be thankful you were saved," the nuns said. "Work hard and prove yourself,"
the teachers insisted. No one told them they had nothing to prove. Decades later, even after freedom, that voice remains, quiet, cruel, and fluent in the language of self-doubt. The tragedy of abandonment is hereditary, not through blood, but behavior. Many survivors of orphanages or broken foster systems struggle to parent their own children. They fear repeating the pain they endured. They either become overprotective or emotionally distant, trapped between love and fear. Some avoid having children altogether, convinced they would fail them. Others pour themselves into parenthood, desperate to rewrite history, to give their children what they never had. But the past has long fingers. Without healing, it reaches through generations, the ghost of the institution, whispering lullabies into new cribs. Psychologists call this intergenerational trauma, memory carried in tone, posture, silence. A mother who cannot say, "I love you," without trembling. A father who hides his tenderness behind discipline. A family haunted by a pain no one remembers, but everyone feels. There is a second kind of orphanhood rarely spoken of, the emotional kind. It exists even among those who were later adopted, reunited, or loved. The adoptee who feels gratitude and grief at once. The foster child who smiles at every family dinner but flinches at every goodbye. The survivor who returns to their birthplace only to find the people gone, the records burned, the language foreign.
They are orphans, not of parents, but of time. They belong to two worlds and neither. Their memories are split between what happened and what was told to them. And in the gap between truth and story, identity unravels. One adult survivor wrote, "I have two birthdays, the one on my birth certificate and the one I remember. I don't know which is real, but both feel like lies." Recovery from abandonment is not a destination, it is a lifelong negotiation with memory. Therapy can mend, but it cannot erase. Love can soothe, but it cannot rewrite history. Healing requires confronting the contradiction that the people who hurt you may have believed they were helping you. For survivors of orphanages, forgiveness is complicated. How do you forgive a system, a government, a church, an empire? How do you forgive when there is no one left alive to apologize? And how do you forgive yourself for believing it was your fault? Some find peace in truth-telling, writing memoirs, testifying in courts, building archives of remembrance. Others find solace in silence, not the imposed kind, but the chosen one, where the past can finally rest without being denied. What is most extraordinary about the orphaned mind is not its fragility, but its resilience. Despite everything, the isolation, the cruelty, the endless reshaping of identity, many survivors learn to build lives filled with meaning. Their empathy runs deep, their insight sharp. They understand loss in ways textbooks cannot teach. Some become healers, social workers, artists, advocates, drawn to mend what was once broken in themselves. Their pain becomes instrument, their memory a kind of vision. They prove that the orphan's story, though born of suffering, can end in strength. But strength is not the same as closure. It is living with the wound, open, and walking anyway.
And yet, the larger world remains unhealed. society still flinches at the subject of abandonment, preferring the language of redemption. We glorify resilience to avoid addressing responsibility. We praise survivors for thriving instead of asking why they had to survive at all. The psychology of abandonment is not confined to individuals. It mirrors humanity's own behavior. We abandon what we do not want to face: the poor, the elderly, the displaced, the inconvenient truths of history. Every orphan is a reflection of a collective habit, the habit of leaving behind. Until we confront that, the orphanage will remain not just a place, but a pattern. There is a saying among trauma therapists: the body keeps the score, but the soul keeps the story. Every survivor of abandonment carries two selves: the child who waited and the adult who remembers waiting. They live by side, sometimes peacefully, sometimes not. In quiet moments, that inner child still whispers, "Will you leave me too?" And the adult, weary but wiser, learns to answer, "No, not this time." It is not a cure. It is a beginning, perhaps the only one that matters, because the wounds of abandonment may never heal completely. But the courage to name them, to look at them without flinching, is how we keep the world from making more. The echo chamber, the media, myths, and manufactured sympathy. How film, journalism, and propaganda turned the orphan from victim into symbol, a product of pity and politics used to cleanse the conscience of nations. The world loves orphans, not the real ones, the messy, angry, broken ones, but the ones we invent. The innocent, the grateful, the miraculous survivors who make us feel good about our pity. For centuries, we've rewritten their pain into parables, their silence into symbols, their suffering into stories that make us feel like saviors. Welcome, traveler, to the echo chamber, where the world's media and myths turned the orphan into a mirror, reflecting not truth, but our hunger for redemption. Here, sympathy is currency, and stories are sold by the tear.
Long before cameras, before headlines, before the hum of radio and television, the orphan was already a cultural icon. In literature, the figure of the orphan represented purity, suffering, and divine testing. Moses, raised by Pharaoh's daughter. Romulus and Remus, suckled by a wolf. Cinderella, abused but virtuous. The archetype was clear. To be orphaned was to be chosen for pain and for purpose. By the 19th century, as orphanages spread through industrial cities, the myth evolved from scripture to spectacle. Writers and reformers used orphan imagery to stir emotion, raise funds, and justify reform. The most famous example was Charles Dickens, whose novels, Oliver Twist, Nicholas Nickleby, and David Copperfield, gave the world its enduring image of the poor, wide-eyed child begging for mercy. Dickens intended to provoke outrage against cruelty, but over time, his stories became sentiment. The public wept for fictional orphans, then ignored the real ones outside their windows. When photography arrived, the orphan found a new stage. In the 19th century, charitable institutions discovered that nothing raised donations like the image of a child in rags. Victorian newspapers and pamphlets printed endless portraits of rescued children. Thin, pale, staring directly into the camera, their misery framed in soft light. It was early propaganda wrapped in compassion.
The technique worked so well that it became policy. Charities began hiring photographers to document their success stories. Children were cleaned, dressed, and posed beside smiling benefactors. The captions read, "From destitute to redeemed." It was a story told not for the children, but for those who needed proof that charity worked. Every image was an exchange, pain for approval, and every photograph hid what came after the shutter closed: the hunger, the loneliness, the silence.
In the 20th century, as newspapers and radio expanded, orphan stories became front-page moral theater. After wars, disasters, and famines, journalists flocked to capture the human face of tragedy. That face was almost always a child's. During the First World War, headlines spoke of the orphans of Europe. After the Second, of the lost children. During the Vietnam War, photographs of crying children fleeing bombed villages moved entire nations to outrage and to adoption. The Western press transformed these images into redemption arcs, helpless children rescued by foreign saviors, airlifted from chaos into civilization. Operation Baby Lift in 1975, when thousands of Vietnamese children were flown to the United States, was hailed as a miracle of mercy. Few questioned how many of those children actually had living parents. Fewer still asked how they would feel growing up strangers in their own stories. In every generation, the pattern repeated. Disaster struck, cameras arrived, sympathy surged, then silence returned until the next headline. If newspapers sold pity, Hollywood turned it into mythology. The orphan became a cinematic staple, a shorthand for innocence, resilience, or rebellion. From Annie to Batman, from Harry Potter to Cinderella to The Jungle Book, audiences learned to equate orphanhood with destiny. The message was comforting. Tragedy makes heroes. But in real life, tragedy makes trauma. Hollywood's orphans never struggle with identity, therapy, or memory. They overcome. They are symbols of hope precisely because they never accuse us. They forgive the world that forgot them, and by watching them, we forgive ourselves. Even documentaries fall into this trap. In films about orphanages in Africa or Asia, the narrative is almost always the same. A Western narrator, a few tearful scenes, and a closing message of hope through donation. The camera lingers on suffering just long enough to sanctify the viewer. The story ends where the money begins.
The media's relationship with orphanhood is not one of empathy, but consumption. Tragedy is marketable. A single image of a crying child can raise more funds than 100 policy reports. 8 organizations know this. Their marketing departments study which emotions generate the most donations. Fear, guilt, hope. The sad child looking up remains one of the most powerful fundraising tools on earth. But pity has side effects. It creates hierarchy, the savior and the saved, the powerful and the powerless. It turns the orphan from a person into a moral accessory, proof of goodness for those who help. This is the economy of emotion, and it thrives because it feels righteous. Every donation, every click, every share feeds both wallet and ego. The orphan becomes a mirror for our need to feel useful. What's missing from these narratives is the voice of the actual orphans themselves. When survivors speak, their stories rarely fit the script. They are angry, complex, contradictory. They speak of mixed feelings toward their rescuers, of gratitude and rage coexisting. They refuse to play the role of the perpetual victim or the redeemed hero. And because they refuse the script, they are often ignored. Publishers tell them their stories are too dark. Journalists want quotes, not contradictions. The world prefers orphans who smile through pain, not those who demand accountability. In one interview, a Cambodian woman raised in an orphanage funded by foreign donors said, "They used our suffering to make people cry. But when we asked for help as adults, they said the story was over." The story was never over. It was only inconvenient. One of the most insidious consequences of orphan propaganda is the expectation of gratitude. From charity campaigns to adoption stories, the orphan is portrayed as eternally thankful, saved, uplifted, and devoted to their benefactors. But gratitude, when demanded, becomes servitude. It erases anger, silences truth. It forbids the survivor from saying, "You helped me, but you also hurt me." In countless memoirs, former orphans describe the guilt of feeling ungrateful, of questioning the people who raised or rescued them. They are told, "You should be thankful," as if thankfulness were an eraser for trauma. The truth is simpler and harder. No one should have to be grateful for survival. Gratitude belongs to generosity freely given, not to salvation traded for silence. In the digital age, orphan stories have gone viral. Social media campaigns, charity influencers, and awareness videos flood timelines with the same aesthetic: soft music, slow motion smiles, subtitles about hope. Viewers cry, click, and forget. This is empathy as entertainment. It gives the illusion of action while demanding nothing but attention. The suffering child has become a background image to our scrolling. Even influencers on humanitarian missions post selfies holding babies, using them as proof of compassion. They caption the photos with scripture or gratitude, never with names. The children become anonymous ambassadors of virtue. And behind every hashtag, hashtag save the children, hashtag hope for tomorrow, lies an unspoken truth. It is not the children being saved. It is our conscience.
To be fair, not all journalists exploit. Some have exposed corruption, uncovered graves, and amplified survivor voices with integrity. But even honest storytelling faces the same ethical abyss. How to depict suffering without consuming it. How to show pain without turning it into a product. The camera, by nature, transforms everything it sees into image, and images have consequences. They can humanize, they can dehumanize, they can make people care or make them numb. And yet, without them, the world forgets faster. So we remain trapped in the echo chamber, silence or spectacle, invisibility or exploitation. The orphan has never had a third choice. To break the cycle, one must listen, not look. The real stories of orphans are not cinematic. They are messy, contradictory, unresolved. They are not about pity, but power. Who has it? Who doesn't? And who profits from pretending to care? True empathy requires discomfort. It asks us to stop identifying with the Savior and start listening to the saved. It asks us to believe survivors, even when their anger makes us uneasy. It asks us to accept that compassion without accountability is only vanity. The media will keep its cameras. The stories will keep being told. But perhaps the next time we see an image of a suffering child, we will ask not, "How can I save them?" but "Who benefits from this image?" In the end, the orphan in media is not a person. It is a mirror reflecting what the world refuses to confront about itself. We love the story of the lost child because we are all complicit in creating them, through wars, greed, neglect, and indifference. We turn them into symbols so we can pretend their suffering redeems us. But mirrors, once cracked, show the cracks in everything around them. And the modern world is full of cracks.
Behind every screen, every photo, every smiling campaign, the same question lingers, quiet and unanswerable. Do we really care? Or do we just need to feel like we do?
The Last Orphan. Memory, justice, and the price of forgetting. As the century ends, the surviving children of the world's orphan asylums grow old, and with them dies the final testimony of an era humanity keeps trying to erase. The walls are crumbling now. The iron gates stand open, rust bleeding down their hinges. Grass grows where children once marched in silence. The last caretakers have died, the archives have yellowed, and the buildings are being converted into condominiums and museums. But not all ghosts can be renovated. Welcome, traveler, to the final chapter, The Last Orphan. This is the story of those who remain, the survivors, the witnesses, and the memories we keep trying to bury under progress. For the orphanage may be gone, but its echo still lives in every courtroom, every photograph, every name that was erased and then remembered. They are old now, the last orphans of the old world. Their hands tremble when they hold the photographs. Their eyes blur when they try to describe the sound of the bells that woke them every morning. They have spent decades waiting for apologies, inquiries, and headlines that never came. In Ireland, survivors of the Magdalene Laundries gather each year in church halls, their voices cracked by age, but not by silence. In Canada, the children of the residential schools, now grandparents, stand at vigils, clutching eagle feathers and rosaries. In Australia, the forgotten Australians meet in community centers, trading stories like currency against time. And in Romania, the Ceausescu children, once hidden from the world, now sit for interviews, telling cameras what it felt like to be treated as experiments instead of humans. Their stories are not identical, yet they rhyme. Abandonment, shame, labor, silence, survival. Each one a verse in humanity's longest confession. Around the world, governments and institutions have begun to convert the ruins of orphanages into memorials. But remembrance is tricky. Too much truth and donors recoil. Too little and it becomes tourism. In Tuam, Ireland, a garden now blooms above what was once a mass grave. Visitors leave toys and letters at the gate, written to children they never knew. The plaque reads, "In memory of the lost infants of Bon Secours." Beneath the flowers, the bones still lie unclaimed. In Montreal, the walls of the old Saint-Jean-de-Dieu asylum are now part of a university. Students walk past, unaware that the bricks once absorbed the cries of those labeled unfit for society. In Bucharest, a wing of the infamous Home No. 7 has been preserved as a museum of neglect. Jars of old medical tools, rows of rusted cribs, the smell of disinfectant lingering like guilt. The guide speaks softly, as if afraid to wake something. And perhaps she should be. History does not sleep peacefully when it has been denied justice. For decades, survivors have fought not for money, but for acknowledgement. They have faced governments armed with lawyers, churches armed with scripture, and journalists armed with deadlines. They have learned that justice has an expiration date and empathy has a budget. In Ireland, the Ryan Report and the Mother and Baby Homes Commission exposed decades of abuse.
But compensation schemes reduced lives to numbers, and institutions offered regret instead of repentance. In Canada, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission heard thousands of testimonies from Indigenous survivors of residential schools. Its final report called the system cultural genocide. Yet, even now, many records remain sealed, many perpetrators unpunished. In Australia, after decades of denial, the government issued a national apology to the forgotten Australians. The speech was beautiful, the reparations were bureaucratic, the pain remained personal. Justice, it seems, can acknowledge a wound without healing it.
While governments delay, others have taken on the work of remembering. Historians, genealogists, and volunteers dig through basements and parish records, piecing together the truth one name at a time. They are the new caretakers, not of children, but of evidence. In small towns, retired teachers digitize old ledgers. In universities, students catalog fragments of letters, photographs, and testimonies. In online forums, adoptees search for their birth parents using DNA kits and hope. Their work is patient, fragile, and revolutionary. Each recovered name is a resurrection. Each digitized document is a refusal to let silence win. One archivist in Dublin wrote, "Every record I find feels like a heartbeat restarting." But time is running out. The survivors are aging faster than the archives can be opened. Soon, the documents will outlive their witnesses. And then, the truth will depend entirely on whether the rest of us choose to remember it. History does not repeat itself because we forget. It repeats because forgetting is easier. To forget is to move on, to rebuild, to redecorate the ruins until they look like progress. But forgetting also has a price, one we pay in repetition. When we forget the orphanages of the past, we fail to recognize their echoes in the present. Migrant detention centers, refugee camps, foster systems stretched to breaking. Different names, same function. The management of human surplus. The systems change their vocabulary, but not their purpose. They still sort the unwanted, still justify cruelty as order, still convince the comfortable that suffering is inevitable. Every time the world looks at a child behind a fence and calls it temporary, history exhales in weary disbelief.
And yet, amidst the shadow, something extraordinary has happened. The last orphans have become the loudest truth-tellers. They are writing memoirs, founding foundations, producing documentaries, speaking to children who will never know what it meant to be numbered instead of named. Their voices quiver, but their resolve is iron. They have nothing left to fear, not the church, not the state, not the public's pity. One Irish survivor said during a televised hearing, "You can't shame us anymore. We lived through your shame and came out whole." Another, a former Romanian child of the 1980s, looked into the camera and whispered, "We are proof that love, when denied, does not die. It mutates into strength." It is perhaps the first generation of orphans in history who are not begging for rescue, but demanding respect. In recent years, institutions, once considered untouchable, have begun to face their legacies. The Catholic Church, pressured by lawsuits and public outrage,
has issued waves of apologies. Some religious orders have offered compensation. Others resist, fearing the floodgates of guilt. In 2021, a Canadian excavation uncovered the unmarked graves of Indigenous children near former residential schools. The discovery reignited global outrage. Within months, hundreds more graves were found across the continent. Each one was a message from the earth. You cannot heal what you refuse to see. The reckoning is incomplete, but it has begun. The world is finally learning that the past does not fade with time. It waits, patient as a ghost, until someone dares to look directly at it. The last orphans carry a paradox. They are both victims and historians, both wounded and wise. They have built families, written books, found laughter again. Yet part of them still lives in the corridors of their childhood institutions. Every anniversary, every documentary, every apology reopens the wound. And yet they keep showing up. Because if they don't, history will close the door and lock it again. One survivor in her 80s said during an interview, "We're not asking for pity. We're asking to be believed. That's all we ever wanted, for someone to say, yes, it happened." Belief, in the end, is the simplest form of justice.
There will come a day, not far now, when the last of them will die. The final survivor of the old orphan asylums, the final witness to the systems we swore were built for mercy. When that day comes, there will be no more first-hand testimony, only archives, recordings, and second-hand memory. What happens then will determine whether this story truly ends or merely sleeps. If the world treats their passing as closure, it will happen again. If the world treats it as inheritance, perhaps something different will grow in its place. The last orphan will not be a person, but a mirror, a reflection of everything humanity learned and everything it still refuses to learn. Their death will be a question, what did we do with what they told us? In the end, this story has never been about the past. It has always been about the children of the future, those born into poverty, conflict, or silence. They are not yet called orphans, but the systems are already waiting for them. The institutions are ready, the policies drafted, the pity pre-packaged. Perhaps our only hope lies in breaking the pattern, in seeing these children not as causes, symbols, or sins, but as citizens of the same world. To love them not as charity, but as justice. To ensure no one ever again has to wonder if love is conditional. The world cannot save the children it has already buried, but it can honor them by refusing to create more.
Imagine this: an empty dormitory, lit by a single candle. The beds are gone, the air is quiet. On one wall, written in chalk, are the names of children, hundreds of them, fading. A caretaker walks through the hall for the last time. She stops, lights one more candle, and whispers into the air, "You were seen. You were loved. You were real." And somewhere, perhaps, the silence finally becomes peace. The orphanage was never just a building. It was an idea that some lives mattered less, that care could be measured, that love could be replaced with management,
The idea survived for centuries because it made the powerful feel righteous. But ideas, like walls, can crumble. The last orphan will die. But if we listen, truly listen, their story will not. Because every child, everywhere, deserves more than memory. They deserve a world that no longer needs to be reminded how to love.